sharing.
Yay! Hi, Brenda.
Brenda, you made it.
I made it.
Okay.
Screaming in at the last moment.
You need a few minutes to breathe, or shall I go ahead and make you host?
You can make me host. I just need to get the slides up on my screen, but that's
Okay.
And when we are all ready, I think we have a full council at the moment, and it's 6. So whenever we're good to go, give me the high sign, and we'll get started.
I know presentations and Channel 8 are both good to go, so it's just a matter of when Brenda can give you a thumbs up.
Okay.
I'll get there. I'm ready
No
to go.
rush. No rush.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate When you are, Sam, we'll hit record when you say so.
Go ahead and hit record.
And we are recording.
Very good. Welcome, everyone, to the July 20th, 2021 regular meeting of the Boulder City Council. We will start tonight with a couple of announcements, and I think we're ready for the slides for the announcements. First is about vaccinations for COVID-19. More information is available on getting your vaccine and signing up for notifications. You can go to the website www.bouldercounty.org, families, disease, COVID-19 and vaccines. And I think we will get that up on the screen here in a little bit. The second announcement is the city has launched a reimagining policing effort and is seeking feedback from the community. A questionnaire for you to fill out is available at beheardboulder.org/reimagine-policing, and that's open until July 31st. This is a great way for individuals to provide input on your own time and in a safe and anonymous space. If you'd prefer to provide your feedback verbally or participate in a conversation with city staff or other community members, please sign up for an upcoming online forum. You can access the sign-up sheets and available dates on that same Be Heard Boulder webpage. And with that, Alicia, could you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, everyone. Councilmember Brockett.
Present.
Friend.
Here.
Joseph.
Present.
Nagel.
Here.
Swetlick.
Here.
Wallach.
Present.
Weaver.
Here.
Yates.
Here.
And Young.
Present.
Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you very much. And before I move on, I will turn to Bob Yates for his input. Bob?
Yeah, as some of you read, I was in a car accident yesterday, and while I'm doing pretty well, my face is a little bit messed up. So if it's okay with my council colleagues, I will leave my camera off this evening.
Very good. Well, I think that's okay with us, and thank you for being here, and we hope that you recover quickly. And with that, I will ask for a motion to amend the agenda. The only thing we need to change tonight is to add item C, the city attorney recruitment update. So can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any opposition to amending the agenda? Great, seeing none, we will add that, and we are ready to move on to open comment. Give me a moment to pull the list up. Our first 3 commenters at open comment tonight are Alexander Sage, Evan Ravitz, and Kurt Nordbach. We have a full slate for open comment tonight, so everyone, as usual, will get 2 minutes for their open comment. And with that, we will bring up Alexander for the first comment.
Sam, would you like me to share the slides?
Yeah, for anyone who has slides, please share their slides. Thank you.
And the public participation
Oh,
slides?
yes, I'm sorry. Yes,
Yeah,
let's
no
start
worries.
with that. Before we go to Alexander, let's set the ground rules. Thank you, Brenda, for the reminder.
No worries. I wasn't here to remind you ahead of time. So I will share my screen. Can everyone see that?
Not yet.
Seems to
Not
be
from,
slow today.
says you've started your screen sharing, but I don't see
Sharing
any.
is paused, it says. Resume share.
I can see it.
Okay, great. Thank you all for joining us for public participation tonight. We want to share with you that the city has engaged with community members to co-create a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversations. This vision supports physical and emotional safety for you, our community members, for staff, and for council, as well as supporting democracy for people of all ages, identities, lived experience, and political perspective. You can find more about this vision on our website, on the Participate in City Council Meetings page on the website. And I'm just going to share a few examples with you this evening of the rules of decorum found in the Boulder Revised Code, as well as guidelines from that vision. All remarks and testimony shall be limited to matters related to city business. No participant shall make threats or use other forms of intimidation against any person. Obscenity, dehumanizing language, racial epithets, and other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the ability to conduct the meeting are prohibited. And participants are required to sign up to speak using the names they are commonly known by, and individuals must display their whole name before being allowed to speak online. Currently in this virtual format, only audio testimony is permitted. And with that, Sam, we are ready to stop sharing my screen and to begin public comment.
All right, very good. Thank you for that, Brenda. And again, we have Alexander Sage, Evan Rabbits, and Kurt Nordback. And Alexander, you are up when you're ready.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me on today. I would like to address the Humane Clothing Act that collected the required number of signatures to be addressed and its role going forward in the city of Boulder. So Boulder, as we all know, is synonymous nationwide for being eco-friendly due to characteristics like abundance of electric vehicles and compostable single-use products. And the selling and possible production of fur goes at large contrast to this main ethic. The C. Delft in 2013 found that producing a coat with fur produces 5 times more greenhouse gases than any other fabric. Producing a faux fur coat from cotton saves CO2 emissions comparable to driving from here in Boulder all the way to New York. At 1,700 miles is the difference between producing a coat from fur to a simple other natural product made from plants. Many believe that clothing made from animals is inherently eco-friendly and compostable, but due to chromium and naphthalene and 13 possible other petrochemicals and metals used in the preservation of fur, only suitable disposal of fur is indefinitely in a landfill. And as Boulder residents, we care deeply about animals. The Humane Society of Boulder Valley and the dog parks in Boulder are some of the highest quality spaces of their kinds in the country because Boulder residents are animal lovers. But we know that 85% of fur comes from animals that are kept in truly abusive conditions in very tiny cages for their entire life. And because there are no fur stores in Boulder, there will be essentially no economic impact to passing the banning of fur. And there is no justification in my mind for why we should continue allowing the sale of fur in Boulder. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexander. Next, we have Evan Rabbits, Kurt Nordback, and Kristen Brinkerhoff. Evan.
The last housing Boulder built for the homeless was in 2014 at 1175 Lee Hill, 31 units for about $300,000 each, taking a year to build. I couldn't find out how big the units are, but other Boulder Housing Partners projects indicate the units are likely between 600 and 1,000 square feet. Just a couple of weeks ago, we learned that Elon Musk, the second richest person on Earth, has sold all his houses and is living in a 375 square foot, $50,000 tiny home that is set up in an hour. I contacted the manufacturer, Boxable, and they told me this actually includes all high-end kitchen appliances. It doesn't include the foundation, hookups, or permits. I suggest that instead of making homeless folks wait years to win the Boulder Housing Partners lottery for big apartments while spending $3 million a year chasing the homeless from camp to camp, that the city legalize and even incentivize tiny homes for everyone and buy similar manufactured tiny homes so that all the homeless can be housed. It's much cheaper, it's far more environmentally sustainable, it avoids creating jealousy and frostbite and forest fires and the ever-increasing hatred of the homeless for the city and its more fortunate residents. Thank you. There's no timer on the screen.
There is a timer, but it's in a weird place. Thank you, Evan.
Well, if we can't see it, we can't use it.
Thank you, Evan. Next, we have Kurt Nordback, Kristen Brinkerhoff, and Lori Branch. Kurt?
Kurt, you should be able to.
Kurt Nordbeck, speaking on behalf of Community Cycles. You can hear me now?
Yes.
Thanks. We just want to give a quick thank you to the Transportation Department for the experimental project happening on Pine Street between Folsom and 28th. As background, there's some evidence that painted center lines on urban two-lane streets increase traffic speeds and therefore decrease safety. This is very different from high-speed rural roads where center lines clearly improve safety. And it's not at all clear that center lines are necessary. After all, most of our residential streets don't have center lines and cars don't run headlong into each other. As a result, we asked the department to revisit its policies regarding center lines. In response, they proposed an experiment. After repaving, they left the center line off, are currently measuring speeds, then will lay a removable center line and measure speeds again, then decide on policy based on the results. This is great. The department has designed a safe and useful experiment that will help further our street safety goals locally and even potentially contribute to national level research on this subject, which hasn't been sufficiently studied. We're very hopeful that as a city, we can conduct additional well-designed experiments like this in the future. We've answered a number of questions about this project in the community, so we wanted to make sure you were aware of the project and the innovation coming from transportation. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt. Next, we have Kristen Brinkerhoff, Lori Branch, and Kate Pizzolis. Kristen?
Hi, my name is Kristen Brinkerhoff, and I support the Humane Clothing Act. The top reasons people in the recent past wore fur were for warmth, comfort, fashion, durability, and claims to animal fur being an eco-friendly process. In 2021, synthetic and plant-based materials are now warmer and more comfortable than wearing animal fur. Synthetics are more durable than animal fur, and because producing animal fur creates immediate negative environmental impacts, such as land use, water consumption, chemical pollution, and loss of wildlife and biodiversity, synthetic and plant-based fabrics are the future. California, Israel, and European countries have already begun banning the sale of fur and fur farming. Fur is no longer fashionable, and plant-based and synthetic materials are taking over the fashion industry. Today, top designers like Versace, Michael Kors, Gucci, Tommy Hilfiger, Stella McCartney, Neiman Marcus, Macy's, and Bloomingdale's have all made the decision to stop using fur for ethical and environmental reasons. Add to that, no businesses within the city of Boulder currently sell new fur products. In alignment with the City of Boulder's humane treatment of animals referenced several times in the Boulder Revised Code as a core value of Boulder residents, no person is currently producing or buying new fur products in the City of Boulder. Boulder views itself as a progressive city. Therefore, legislation protecting animals is aligned with the values of Boulder citizens. The Humane Clothing Act bans the manufacturing and sale of all new fur products in the City of Boulder. It does not restrict the sale of used fur products and does not restrict Indigenous people from using or trading animal furs for cultural reasons. Cruelty does not look good on anyone. Please vote to pass the Humane Clothing Act. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kristen. Next, we have Lori Branch, Kate Pazzolis, and Holly Carlson. Lori?
Yes, good evening. I'd like to speak about the 4775 Spine Road project. As a reminder, this development planning began during the pandemic. The continued meetings and planning were all during the pandemic. So far, there's been very little consideration for the many concerns of the would-be neighbors. We have not been heard during this process. Many in our neighborhoods don't even know about this project. Gun Barrel has heard many accusations thrown at our community about being against affordable housing. While it's true that there are fewer units in Gun Barrel in the affordable housing program, that's due to a conscious choice of developers like Andy Allison, who've opted every time for cash in lieu of, so that they would build housing closer to transit, amenities, and the city center of Boulder proper. We enthusiastically supported the 100% affordable housing build at Odell Place and Gun Barrel Center. This is not about Gun Barrel against affordable housing. This is a community speaking out about a development that should not be approved based on the merit of the proposal, whose only benefit is bare minimal 59 affordable units. The costs are extensive. The loss of habitat at a time when the West is literally on fire. The Denver area has the third highest urban heat index in the US. And while Denver and the other cities are moving to a net zero policy, Boulder moves forward on developments, offering bare minimal affordable housing while maximizing the loss to Gun Barrel. This is the loss of our recreational land, our park, our beloved outdoor space. Those who live in Boulder proper can just imagine the deep grief that you would experience if the developers plowed down the land in the foothills to build a high density development.
Thank you, Lori.
I still have a few more things to say if I still have time.
Your time is up. I'm sorry. That was 2
call
minutes. Lori, thank you. Your time is up.
Okay.
Next, we have Kate Pazzolis, Holly Carlson, and Jared Stone. Kate?
Good evening, and thank you. Whoop, now I can't see my notes. My comments pertain also to the Celestial Seasonings development. As residents who live within 100 yards of the site, we are not opposed to this development. We know firsthand how hard it is to find homes in Boulder and support affordable housing so people who work here can also live here. However, we have real concerns we would like addressed before the plan moves forward. We were happy the developers are funding a Gun Barrel shuttle, conceding this location is not walkable to amenities, as you can see on the slide. We look forward to the development bringing an art space, library, and cafe to our neighborhood, as there are currently no such amenities within a 20-minute walk. However, we do not believe the current plan will be enough to alleviate the inevitable increase in car travel along Spine and J Road. We have 2 requests for the council to mitigate the impact of traffic on the residential area. First, slide 2, that the developer commit to all construction traffic entering and exiting Spine Road at 63rd, traveling only along the north section of Spine through entirely commercial and industrial space. The south section of Spine connecting to J Road, shown on slide 3, is an entirely residential area with several pedestrian crossings and is not designed for large or heavy trucks. Second, we ask that the developer and council commit to explore extending Gun Barrel Avenue out to Diagonal Highway, slide 4. This could be done without a new traffic light, as with the intersection at 55th Street, and would significantly alleviate traffic at J and Diagonal, which already backs up during rush hours. It would also give development residents a faster connection to and from downtown Boulder, where many will likely work. Finally, we do strongly object to any plan to widen Spine Road south of the site without a commitment to proactively seek significant input from residents. We must know how they will install a 7-foot wide bike lane without removing our many mature trees, and how they will compensate for eliminating the traffic calming benefits its intentionally narrow and curvy shape currently provides where children and families walk and bike, especially when much of the through traffic goes well over the 30-mile-per-hour speed limit already. These commitments from the developer and the council would build goodwill and further support from community members whose daily lives will be most impacted by this development. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Next, we have Holly Carlson, Jared Stone, and April Lyons. Holly?
I am not seeing Holly. Sam, I do have one person on the phone I'm reaching out to try and get that person's name. So I will circle back with you if that is Holly.
Very good. Then we will move on to Jared Stone.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I live on Gun Barrel Avenue in Powderhorn. I calculated the amount of industrial zone land left in Gun Barrel using the City of Boulder's online zoning maps. 5900 Odell Place at 1.2 acres was industrial, but was rezoned as high density residential. I'll list the industrial plots that are left. There's 6100 Spine Drive, which is 3.74 acres, 4600 Highway 119, which is 7.66 acres. This land is owned by Valley Lab just north of the proposed Celestial Seasonings development. There's 0 Highway 119, which is 10.2 acres. This land is owned by Celestial Seasonings. And there are 3 plots on Spine, which is the 9.87 acre area proposed to be high density residential by Coburn. If the proposed high density residential land owned by Celestial Seasonings is approved, and I hope that it is not approved, there will be a total of 21.6 acres left. Of that, Celestial Seasonings will own 10.2 acres, which is over half of the total amount of industrial land left in Gun Barrel. The City Council and the Planning Board have designated Gun Barrel sub-community planning as a top priority and said industrial land is vital to future economic growth. However, industrial land is being lost to high-density residential. Gun Barrel is in critical need for a sub-community plan before any other development is approved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jared. Next, we have April Lyons, Randall Clark, and Judith Auer. April?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Nope. 1 sec. Sorry about that. All right. So my name is April Lyons, and I live at 5906 Gun Barrel Avenue. I'm on the board of Gun Barrel Community Alliance. We are for affordable housing, but we are against affordable housing at all costs. We have real concerns about the quality of life in Gun Barrel. I want to detail the major public amenities to illustrate the disparity between Gun Barrel and the City of Boulder. Gun Barrel has no public recreation center, no public swimming pool, no main library branch, no public playground east of 119, no transit center with no bus line running on Spine, no dog park or off-leash area. The City of Boulder has 3 recreational centers, 5 swimming pools, public swimming pools, managed by the Park and Rec, 1 main library and 4 branches, 4 dog parks or off-leash areas. What does it tell you that Gun Barrel Community has formed 2 nonprofits in the last few years for the sole purpose of fighting for the voice of Gun Barrel? We are waving our hands in the air, trying to draw attention to the fact that Gun Barrel does not have the same amenities and infrastructure that those in Boulder proper enjoy. Sorry, that's my cat. It's okay for Gun Barrel to have a lack of amenities, a lack of voice, the disregard for the 2006 Gun Barrel center plan, as long as it's out there. Sub-community plan matters. The VBCP and your updated comments matter. Quality of life matters. Outcomes matter. Please listen to the residents who know Gun Barrel. Outsiders don't get Gun Barrel. They see it only as a location to meet their development goals for housing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, April. Next, we have Randall Clark, Judith Auer, and Ron McMahon. Randall?
Yes, sorry, I can't see what I was going to say now that I've opened my.
Sorry, Randall, that was a misfire on my part. You may unmute again.
Okay,
Sorry
thank
about
you.
that.
We're all living under the Zoom rule. My name is Randall Clark, and I'm a resident of the Gun Barrel neighborhood of Boulder. And I speak for a number of residents who didn't make the lottery tonight to urge you to call up item number 4 on the agenda, which is the Site and Use Review app for LUR 2020-63, commonly called Celestial Seasonings Development. And I approve all those who have spoken prior to me who have urged you to call this up and delay this project for 3 reasons. And I'm speaking for a number of those people. First, from a resident who has read the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan more than once, followed the development from its inception, he has pointed out that the developers did not follow the Boulder City Code signposting requirements almost to a T. In brief, in regard to placement, visibility, location, duration of posting, and we wanted those signs so people be aware of what was going on. Signs have not been visible for a long time, and even today, there are no visible signs posted on the property. The signs were only visible about 30% of the time. We can also provide further detail if allowed the time. Second, this development does not comply with Coyote Bob, the Boulder's OSMP mascot, in that it will be destroying a very large prairie dog population on this land. Coyote Bob states, in ecology, a keystone species is one that holds the ecosystem by playing a particularly vital role that allows many other species to survive. Keystone species is based on an architectural term. Boulder has kept these prairie dog keystones in the arch, metaphorically, so the rest of the stones can keep standing. And their land has dwindled so much so as to threaten all the supported wildlife, not just in Gun Barrel, but in all of Boulder. And thirdly, as other people have stated, we in Gun Barrel were so excited when we read the BVCP master plan and that you were going to have a Gun Barrel sub-community plan, and we couldn't wait to participate. But we have felt throughout this whole process that we haven't been heard. We haven't been allowed to participate, really.
Thank you,
We would
Randall.
look forward
Thank
to
you. Your time is up. Appreciate your comments. Next, we have Judith Auer, Ron McMahon, and Carmen Baran. Judith? Oh, go ahead, Judith. And then next, I apologize. Next, we will go back to Holly Carlson, who is here. So let's go ahead with Judith, and then we will add Holly Carlson back in. Judith, you are ready to go.
Judith, you should be able to unmute. Judith, if you're on the phone, you may need to press *6.
Okay, Brenda, not hearing Judith right away. Maybe we could go to Holly and then come back to Judith.
Great, thank you. Holly, you may also need to press *6 as I know you're on the phone too. I see that.
Hello.
Yep, there you go. Great, Holly, thank you.
Good evening, City Council. I am just calling in today to ask why it's taken 9 city council members, or why 9 city council members literally have gotten nothing done in 17 months when it comes to public safety. I guess I need to ask this question. Do all of you agree that crime is a fundamental quality of life issue? Because as it looks right now, from the residents' point of view, you do not. In fact, you guys don't care about anything except dodging important questions and issues when it comes to encampments and improving budgets like the current one of $3.27 million to address the quote unquote homelessness issue, when we by far have more of a safety issue concern. Which comes to my next question. Why is it that we have all these programs, but yet 0% data is collected? How is it we have 5 clinical psychologists that are paid, but yet we have 0% data collected from these psychologists from the CERT team that are going into these encampments and dealing with these individuals? Why do we have 0 data that shows us how good these programs truly are? How is it that a city that was just voted #1 place to live, which that's out for discussion, can sit here and spend millions of dollars on programs that yet have zero data collected on with them, who we're actually helping and what's truly going on, but we don't have a park that's handicap accessible for every child in this community to go to. We do not have any outlets for our teenagers to go to, a teen center, a roller rink, for God's sakes. No, they go to parks. And then I have to see on next door the people complaining because the kids are at the parks late at night getting into trouble. Well, what did the city of Boulder do for these children? Nothing. You guys have done nothing. You have failed the community when it comes to providing safety, and you have failed the children of community with providing actual safe outlets for them to go to. So I really wish you guys would stop lying to everybody when it comes to making excuses for why we have to cancel events and why certain protocols aren't happening. Because let me tell you, we did not cancel Boulder Tube to Work Day because of COVID. You canceled it because of E. coli levels being so sky high and the liabilities that would come if anybody cut their foot on either broken glass
Thank you,
or a
Holly.
needle.
Thank you, Holly.
Very much.
Next, we have Judith Auer, Ron McMahon, and Carmen Baran. Judith?
Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. In recent years, numerous high-density apartment complexes have gone up in Boulder. Some have a small percentage of affordable units. The projects near Celestial Seasonings will add to this apartment inventory. Yet surveys show that there is a surplus of apartments in Boulder. What is really needed are affordable homes, townhouses, and condos for purchase. There are many good reasons to choose apartment living, but there are also very good reasons to want to purchase. The city wants teachers, firefighters, police officers, and city workers to be able to live in Boulder. But have they surveyed these professionals? Do these professionals want to pay rent, even low rent, for the rest of their lives? Until projects like Celestial Seasonings offer condos or townhouses for purchase rather than rent, people will continue to buy in more affordable nearby towns and bedroom communities and commute. If Boulder is looking to Gun Barrel to solve its housing crisis, then let's do it right. Gun Barrel already has hundreds of excellent apartments. Let's have a plan for Gun Barrel, which encourages ownership and thus discourages commuting. Let's develop a plan that will allow middle and low income families to purchase and settle in their own home in Boulder and not commute. Thank you.
Thank you, Judith. Next, we have Ron McMahon, Carmen Baran, and Angie Mashaw. Ron?
Thank you. I'm here to comment on the the pending community resilience and safety tax. I'm really here to advocate that the City Council maintain support for nonprofits at the 20% level that we've seen over the past several cycles of this and the prior tax. I think we all understand how important the infrastructure projects are that are at the core of this tax. But I think also it's been clear to me that the City Council also understands how important it is to support nonprofits of all sizes. It's a little bit complicated because the extended time frame of this tax sort of blurs how different projects will evolve and come into being. Therefore, I think it's important that the city think of this, that the council thinks of this in establishing this tax as developing a deep enough reserve that we're able to support both small scale and a few large scale projects. As you know, the economic impact of these community projects, such as the dairy and the Museum of Boulder and others, really provide services to hundreds of thousands of people every year. So we need to make sure that in this tax we have enough reserve for smaller projects as well as more significant projects that can contribute to the economic activity of the city and the cultural understanding of our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Next, we have Carmen Baran, Angie Mishaw, and Andy Allison. Carmen?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening, City Council members. My name is Carmen Barron. My husband and I have lived in Gun Barrel for 5 years, and I have many questions for you about the Spine Celestial project. Why can't the city enforce Celestial Seasoning's past promise to keep this property as a wildlife preserve? Why won't the city hold anyone accountable for the PUD and annexation commitments made when Celestial was built? Why were development requirements made if they were never to be enforced? What assurance do we have that broken promises won't happen again right now with this project before you? Next slide, please. In the name of a few affordable housing units, a tiny drop in the bucket of affordable housing goals, we will get a veritable explosion of 600 plus people and their vehicles in our community. Are you sure the promised mobility hub is a viable, enforceable solution to our impending traffic apocalypse? Why is the city not requiring this to be a car-free development, much like the approved Fruhofs project on 33rd and Arapahoe? These 600 people will also be frequenting Gun Barrel Commons Park next door, a private park. Shouldn't the city protect the existing neighbors and require some HOA fees to offset the new intense impact on this private park? Next slide, please. I ask this tonight, search your feelings. The Celestial Development Project is not appropriate for this Gun Barrel location. Approving it now would simply be disrespectful. We urgently request that this project be denied or at least paused until our promised Gun Barrel subcommunity planning session is completed. We deserve the same careful, thoughtful, forward-thinking consideration that every other precious, sacred, Boulder proper area gets. Think Holiday Neighborhood. Think Shining Mountain Waldorf School Project. Think Alpine Balsam Proposal. Please hear us. Please choose wisely. And thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Carmen. Next, we have Angie Mishaw, Andy Allison, and Elaine Dannemiller. Angie?
Hi, good evening. I'm Angie Mishaw. I hope you all can hear me.
Can.
Thank you. I've been a Boulder resident for 41 years, and I'm asking you to call up for discussion and vote the proposed development on Spine Road. I hope you agree that this decision is huge and deserves the council's full attention. Please take the time to review the planning board meeting that was held a couple of weeks ago and all of their still outstanding questions and concerns regarding this development that they posed after their vote. The citizens of Gun Barrel implore you, listen to our community's concerns and unanswered questions. Please listen to us. No one, including me, is against affordable housing. However, this development offers the bare minimum of 59 affordable apartments that lacks enough parking and is proposed on or in an extremely car-dependent neighborhood, which is shuttle and very limited RTD service and lacking connecting safe bike paths will not keep the new residents out of their cars. Please don't put the cart before the horse. Let our community benefit from planning like others communities have benefited from a sub-community plan. Require Haines Celestial deliver on the PUD set forth decades ago. Do as the planning board asked after their vote, a study on what light industrial lands remain in Boulder. We in Gun Barrel have already experienced empty promises like a Gun Barrel Center, which was never delivered. Listen to your fellow citizens. Hear us in Gun Barrel. Due to COVID, y'all have never even seen us, or you've never met us, and we haven't been able to meet you. Please at least hear us. Please call up this proposed development. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Angie. Next, we have Andy Allison, Elaine Dannemiller, and Nora Swan Foster. Andy?
Andy, you may need to press *6 as well as your phone's mute button. There you go. It looks like you're unmuted now, Andy. And your phone may also have a mute button that needs to be deactivated.
Okay, how about now?
There you go.
Can hear you.
Sorry about that. Andy Allison, thank you so much for allowing me to speak. Here to speak about Spine Road. As you're all aware, we've received tremendous amount of feedback from the larger community, from Gun Barrel residents, planning board, staff, and city council. And I just wanted to list a few of the changes that we made at site review from concept plan. Reduced density from 268 to 230 units. Doubled the number of buildings from 10 to 20, which helped make the site more open, the buildings more compatible with the existing neighborhood. Added connections throughout the site for permeability. Increased the total open space and contiguous open space. Revised all the southern buildings to be 2 stories to match the single family homes to the south. Added townhome product to have more housing options. We also have efficiencies, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and 3 bedrooms. We added live work units, a cafe, coffee shop, art space, and a corner library. We added a mobility hub, which will include a via on-demand shuttle, enterprise shuttles, car share, Uber, Lyft dropped off, e-bike, and e-scooter. We added solar to the community spaces and added green roofs to some of the carports. We have true affordable commercial, as the coffee shop, art space, and library will only be responsible for utilities and maintenance. They will pay 0 rent. We softened the exterior design to be more consistent with the existing neighborhood. We moved the on-site affordable units to the north side so they front on the common park, similar to the market units. We added 6 Habitat for Humanity units, which are for sale middle income. Those are over and above the 25% on-site units. And all the community amenities are shared by both the affordable and the market units. So I urge you to not call up this plan. As we heard at concept plan at council, concept plans are typically called up so that the applicants can hear the feedback. So before starting the lengthy and costly site review process, they can listen to the community, listen to council, and hopefully make the changes that make the project successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andy. Next, we have Elaine Dannemiller, Nora Swan Foster, and Lynn Siegel. Elaine?
Elaine, you should be able to use your unmute button now.
Hello, Council.
Hello.
I'd like to talk about my hope that our community will stop making excuses for crime and criminals. I know you're all very familiar with the crime statistics. Boulder's spike in crime is often excused as the result of just a few down on their luck, desperate individuals who have no choice. But the reality is these are organized gangs of criminal opportunists. The meth, heroin, and fentanyl pipeline from Mexico to Denver and Boulder is well documented. It's no secret. And drug traffickers and their customers always attract crime. New state laws are facilitating our crime wave. Rather than addressing the root cause and focusing on intervening before people turn to crime, our legislature passed laws reducing and eliminating consequences for criminals. So now it's even easier to shoplift our local businesses out of existence, steal our bikes, loot our homes and our garages. I guess they figure there's no harm done if the victim can just call an insurance agent. People like to make fun of Nextdoor, but it is the new community watch. I get to see every day which of my neighbors was victimized the night before. And it's where we share videos of the repeat felons who fail to appear in court, but appear again and again on our neighborhood security cameras. And usually the victims who post are lectured about lacking compassion for the perpetrator of the crime. Chief Harold said one of her biggest fears is the community feeling unsupported and turning to vigilantism. Well, that's happening. People are personally searching encampments and finding their stolen bikes and packages. It's a situation that won't end well. So I would ask for the safety of the entire community that you as elected leaders view every aspirational proposal through the lens of reality and enforce the laws. but stop making excuses for crime and criminals. Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine. Next, we have Nora Swan Foster, Lynn Siegel, and we will close with Kim Bixel. Nora?
Good evening. Thank you. In 1967, Boulder implemented a growth management program that made it the first city in the U.S. to pass tax specifically dedicated to preserve open space. Once held as an example city in the U.S. for an innovative urban and recreational planning, it appears the city and planning board are at risk of eroding, if not abandoning, this innovative mission by favoring the developers. As a Gun Barrel resident and supporter of the GCA in opposition to Spine Road development, we have requested a sub-community plan that is commonly used in other parts of the city. It did not happen. The use review process to approve the land as residential happened far too easily. The city and planning board cannot genuinely claim their support of a community while at the same time denying residents collaborative input through a sub-community plan. The Gun Barrel supports affordable housing, but we do not support willy-nilly curated development plans that lack true innovation, sustainability, and affordability. We need to do better than this. The first step is to not allow developers to dictate urban planning in our city. The second step is to hold them accountable for far more of the policies outlined in the BVCP. I ask, who holds the memory of the true intentions of Boulder's growth management programs? Why not competitive bids for innovative urban development projects? CU Boulder, engineering, architecture, and environmental design departments could be invited to contribute. How about a citywide event that generates positive attention and pride? Where are the courageous leaders who will take us into a sustainable future in an era of serious climate crisis and potential societal collapse? And what if the developers use the single issue of affordable housing as a Trojan horse, as a way to win access to line their pockets? We want equitable and innovative housing, not segregated small high-rise apartment dwellings that are not livable long-term. In these unprecedented times, we ask our city to do a better job investigating future development proposals with their curated data, hold the developers accountable to more of the policies in the BVCP, and to work far more closely with neighbors to ensure acceptable and creative outcomes that benefit everyone, not just a few. Please put a pause on this development project. Please listen to us. Thank you for your service to our community.
Thank you, Nora. Next, we have Lynn Siegel and finally Kim Bixel. Lynn?
Lynn, you should be able to unmute. There you go.
No timer. I've been connecting with you for half an hour to get the timer up. Can you get the timer up, please?
Timer's up on my screen, Lynn. You have 1 minute and 50 seconds.
So you're going to say it's at my end. This is just like the blame game with Apple and T-Mobile, huh? No.
And I'll let you know when your time is up. You may go ahead and proceed with your testimony.
Interrupted in the middle of my sentence, Sam. I deserve the respect of being able to see a timer. You know, the city's got an accountability problem here, don't they? We need a dialogue in this forum. We need some real authentic communication. This is not an echo chamber. Every single person that's spoken tonight, I can hardly believe I'm living in Boulder. It sounds like a very backwards place to me. You need to call up Gun Barrel. You need to get video for your people. I won't know who Randall Clark is in 10 years because I'll look at his name on the screen. You know, Nora, yay. You know, Jared, Judith, who are these people? Their letters on the screen. This is ridiculous. The secrecy is the trouble here. Dick Tharp, the athletic director of CU, cut a deal with CU South. $5 million tax-free. Lowered the price from 16 million to 11. But the real appraisal was 9. But CU said, no, there's more development potential there in the future. They were speculating, and that was acceptable. They got a sweet deal, and now they want to take over the city of Boulder, along with Alpine Balsam, the Diagonal, Boulder Junction, 30th and Pearl, Waterview, North Boulder, across from Andy's greenwash development at the bus stop, with the electric resistive stoves in the affordable housing with the solar. Those don't go together, Andy. You're supposed to use efficient electric devices with solar. Waterview, Folsom by Mike's Camera.
Thank you, Lynn. Lynn, your time is up. Appreciate your comments. Thank you. Next, and finally, we have Kim Bixel.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thanks. Hi, I'm taking a little creative license tonight, speaking regarding the Boulder Reservoir. I have a pitch for Marvel Comics. It involves a Council of 9 and a new Avenger with a Teflon bodysuit that resists trolling, resists gaslighting, and fights for the rule of law and justice in the Republic. The quest: protect the Council of 9 and the Republic from the effects of illusion, misdirection, and violation of laws from within its own ranks. The first episode: Avengers fight for climate concerns, safety of its citizens, wild creatures without a voice, sanctity of nature, but only at the risk of being destroyed by vicious NIMBY troopers who simply repeat the same irrelevant phrase over and over with an anesthetizing effect on misinformed citizens, keeping them in blissful ignorance. The screenwriter's translation of this: Prab's resolution tonight does not address the key complaint. The Driftwind restaurant, operated by Landlock LLC in the beautifully rebuilt Reservoir Visitor Center, is indeed a lovely complement to serve Reservoir patrons. But by law, it can only serve those patrons as an accessory use to the Reservoir's principal use, daytime water-related activities. The restaurant cannot stay open after the Reservoir closes at dark. Prab's resolution does not address this complaint. The Parks and Rec Department refuses to address this, and the public has been sorely misinformed. A restaurant that closes when the Reservoir closes could be a beautiful thing for everyone. A restaurant that becomes a tiki bar after dark and masquerades as an event center is a violation of the city's zoning code. The Teflon Avenger will continue its quest. In the meantime, the focus of the Council of 9 should be to honorably uphold their own rule of law and restore order within the Republic. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. With that, we will bring open comment to a close and bring it back. I'll turn first to staff. Nuria or Sandra, do you have any responses to what you've heard tonight?
Just an appreciation for the comments we heard, and if council have questions about it, just a note that we have staff ready and willing to respond to any questions we may have during the course of the meeting.
Thanks very much. Sandra?
Yes, thank you for all the comments. I don't have anything to add to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will turn to council now. And council, any questions or comments about public input? Very good. Mark.
Yeah. I guess my first question I think would be for Kurt. One of the speakers suggested that we are not collecting data from our own programs. Is that in fact the case?
I think you mean Kurt Fernhaber, correct?
Yes, Kurt. Yes.
There you go.
He is Kurt to me. Yes.
Good evening, Mark and council. I did listen to that speaker, and I believe she was also getting two programs mixed up. I think she was also mixing up the CERT program, which provides mental health support throughout the community, with the Be There program. The mental health providers at CERT do not visit the encampments unless they're called to for a particular mental health incident. So I'll talk about the data collection for the two programs. Both programs are relatively new and started early in this year. The Be There program provides a monthly report. It's not on a public dashboard yet, but our plan is to get that information on a public dashboard. The CERT program is collecting data now, but they're also since it's a new program, they're in the process of evaluating the correct mental health program for data collection. So they're in the process of looking at that right now. I don't have a time frame for when they'll begin to have reports on that program. But I can look into that and get back to you if I find out more information on that.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Yep.
Thank you, Mark. And just for completeness, Kurt Fernhaber is our Director of Housing and Human Services for the city. Any other comments, questions from council? Great. Seeing none, Alicia, I'll turn it back to you.
Mute button. All right, thank you, sir. Our next item on tonight's agenda is the consent agenda, items A through O.
Very good. Thanks very much. And I believe that most items on the consent agenda are fairly clear. However, as council, we do have 4 items. Those are items H, I, J, and K, where we have alternatives. These are ballot initiatives and our ballot items that we can either put on the ballot this fall, or we can pass them as ordinances by council. So those are our choices for the ones that are referred from the community, which are the bedrooms, the CU South, and the FUR items. So Sandra, did you want to speak to any of these? Because otherwise I can just walk us through each of them.
I think if you want to walk us through that, that would be fine. I don't really have anything to add. I think you did a good job explaining that the council has 2 options. They can either, we've set up 2 ordinances for each one of these initiatives, and they can either put it on the ballot as it's written, or secondly, they can adopt it as an ordinance.
Okay, so very good.
So those are the 2 choices, and I'm sorry, I do want to say that they can either select one of the 2 or pass both forward for second reading.
Very good. Thanks very much. With that, I'll walk through each of them individually. The first one, we have 2 options, 8474, which is placing the issue of CU South and those terms for annexation on the ballot, or adopting the measure. I'll just say my suggestion is that we put this on the ballot and do not adopt a ballot measure. Does anyone disagree or want to speak to the item? Okay, very good. The next item, item I, is a similar question. Do we want to place on the ballot the ordinance about housing? So changing the number of legal occupants to the number of bedrooms +1. We can either put that on the ballot or we can pass it by ordinance. I'm going to propose that we only pass along the measure that will put it on the ballot. Is there any objection to that? Okay, very good. Seeing none, I'll move to the next item, which is item J. And this is about prohibiting the sale and manufacture of fur products. We have the choice as well of putting this on the ballot, or we can adopt it as an ordinance. I will suggest that we move the measure forward to place it on the ballot and not adopt it as an ordinance. Does anyone have any objection to that? Very good. And then the last item, item K, these are the 2 items which are about council pay as well as council committees. This is an and if we adopt these on consent, they'll both move forward for discussion at second reading in August. So that's the summary. And with that, I will turn to council for a motion if we want to move the consent item, item K, placing both on the ballot. Aaron, I see your hand.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and move that we approve the consent agenda with, on item H, moving forward ordinance 8474, but not 8482. With item I, moving forward to 8475, but not 8479. With J, moving forward to 8480, but not 8481. And with K, moving forward both 8477 and 8478, with the effect being to place items on the ballot and not pass them by ordinance.
Is there a second?
Second.
Very good. We have a motion and a second to pass the consent agenda, and I believe, Alicia, this is roll call. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir. We'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Joseph,
Aye.
Councilmember Nagel,
Aye.
Swetlick,
Yes.
Wallach,
Aye.
Mayor Weaver,
Yes.
Councilmember Yates,
Yes.
Young,
Yes.
Brockett,
Aye.
and Friend.
Yes.
The consent agenda is approved, sir, as amended. I'm sorry, as indicated with the items H, I, J, and K.
Excellent. Thank you.
Next, we have on tonight's agenda, item number 4A, our call up and check-in. That item is a call-up item for a combined site and use review application, case number LUR 2020-00063, to develop the 9.87 acre site located at 4775, 4725, and 4649 Spine Road, with 230 attached residential units, a cafe, library, art space, and community areas, as well as a mobility hub and green space. The site review is an amendment to the previously approved Celestial Seasoning planned unit development. A use review is required for residential uses within the industrial-manufacturing IM zoning district. Applicant is seeking to establish vested rights per section 9-2-20, creation of vested rights, BRC 1981, for elements of the site and use review plans.
Thank you. And Elaine, I see you here. Would you like to give us a quick summary of this item?
You bet. And if you'll indulge me, I'll share my screen. I've got about 10 slides just to hopefully recap everything. And it does look like I need to have participant screen sharing available, Brenda.
You should be all set now, Elaine. Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much. And good evening, everybody. So I'm just going to do a quick recap of where this project and process has been. As you probably recall, the concept plan review process was started about 18 months ago. It was reviewed by both the planning board and council. And there were dozens of participants at both discussions that offered comments and suggestions. And since then, the applicant took those suggestions and prepared a site and use review application. There was a good neighbor meeting to answer questions in May. And then all of the previous input led us to where we are this evening. Last month, the planning board heard the presentations and comments on June 17th, and then they continued the hearing to the following week, given the fact that it was a relatively late night. And then the board deliberated and voted unanimously to approve the applications with conditions, and they've added some supplemental conditions as well. And so that brings us to where we are tonight. In terms of a brief overview, it's the site's located in planning area 1, and that's important to acknowledge that that means an area within the city of Boulder with adequate urban facilities and services, and it's expected to continue to accommodate urban development. BVCP designates the site as light industrial, and that's defined primarily as in industrial parks, and residential will be encouraged in appropriate locations. The zoning similarly is industrial manufacturing, where again, the definition is residential and other complementary uses may be allowed in appropriate locations. And so in this case, the use review is required to determine if this is an appropriate location for residential in the industrial manufacturing zone. And it essentially evaluates any potential impacts that might be created on the proposed residential from surrounding industrial. And this is the site and use review, as I noted, planning board found to be consistent with that criteria. Just briefly, the 9.8 acre site is comprised of 3 lots that are vacant today. They were improved as industrial office uses in the PUDs of the 1980s and 90s. And as you can see in the site context, it includes that large Celestial Seasonings plant that was built in the early 90s. And to the north is undeveloped industrial manufacturing land. It's now owned by Medtronic. It was originally Valley Lab and later Covidian. There's about 2,400 employees employed there and about 500,000 square feet of floor area. To the east of the site is Powderhorn condominiums with about 498 residential units. And then also east of the site is the Hunter Creek condominiums with about 144 residential units. To the south is the Orchard Creek single family neighborhood, where there's 3 single family lots that interface the property line with the site. So then proposed on the site, the applicant is illustrated in 230 attached residential units that include studio, 1 and 2 bedroom, as well as 3 bedroom units. And that also includes 6 units that are planned to be built by Habitat for Humanity. There's some amenities as well that include 1,000 square foot library annex in the northeast corner, a cafe space that's connected to a community art space and an art lawn on the north, along with community space and swimming pool at the center with a large open park and a mobility hub that has a number of offerings. As part of that, it's shared by all the residents. It's important to note, I think there was some concern that the amenities and the open space would not be shared among all the residents, and the applicant has committed to that. So then in unanimously approving the application, planning board added several conditions, as I noted, and those include that the final TDM will be revised to require that the applicant's offer, which is to contribute $200,000 to fund the first year of the gun barrel shuttle, include a provision that it's established no later than 3 years after issuance of the last certificate of occupancy rather than 18 months. And I think that's just to give it a little bit more time for the construction to get off the ground. And then also the applicant provide eco passes for 5 years rather than 3. There was another condition to not add fences around any of the open space areas except the required fence around the pool. And then, although it's not a condition of approval, the board acknowledged the commitment of the applicant to apply covenants on the affordable non-residential spaces that are currently planned at the cafe and the library and the art space to ensure that they're available for benefit of the community without a base rent charge in perpetuity. We can't create that as a condition, but they acknowledge the applicant's desire to formalize that through a covenant. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Elaine. And so I'll turn to council. Are there any questions for staff, or is there a motion? Mark?
Just to be clear, the applicant has accepted all of those conditions?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Mary?
Yeah, thank you, Elaine. I have several questions. The first question has to do with some of the speakers brought up the PUD. I'm wondering if you could just provide us a little bit of background on how PUDs work and what the PUD was and how and why it could be changed.
You bet. So there was an original PUD back in the early 1980s. And over time, there were PUD amendments, which means the plans that are approved as later PUDs supersede those previous PUDs. So in the case of, I think there were ballparks that were in some early PUDs shown to be amenities for the employees. Over time, that got superseded by other plans. And so in this case, it would be a similar situation. The site review would be approved and it would supersede whatever previous PUDs are on this particular portion of the Celestial Seasonings PUD. Does that help answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you. And just a quick follow-up. What are the conditions under which a PUD can be changed?
Well, it depends on the level of change that's occurring in the development. And so we have different levels of modification opportunity. In other words, you can do a minor modification if it meets the minor mod criteria, which generally has to do with adding 10% floor area or moving buildings 10% one way or another. And also if it doesn't meet the intent of the original site plan approval. So in this case, it was a change to that original PUD approval. So it ratcheted up to a bigger process, which is a site review amendment. And it needs to go through essentially the same type of process as a site review would, but through the amendment process. And then of course, in this case, as I noted, it's a use review because it's residential and industrial. So there were a couple processes that it had to be evaluated against for the criteria that's in the code.
Great. Thank you for that, Elaine. And then my next question has to do with another speaker's suggestion who suggested a connection from Gun Barrel over to Diagonal. I believe that was explored earlier, and I don't recall exactly what the outcome was. So if somebody could speak to that, I'd appreciate it.
So in terms of creating that connection, there wasn't a nexus from this particular project to actually implement something like that. And that wasn't something that was brought up previously as part of this review or this application, but staff made findings of the site review approval based on the TDM plan that was put in place and the circulation plans and improvements that are proposed. That wasn't a part of them. It may be something that could be addressed if a future does hold a gun barrel subcommunity plan, but at this point, it's not required for this project.
Okay, thank you. And then you addressed the one question that speakers brought up with respect to the amenities being private. And I just want to make clear that they are all accessible to everyone in the neighborhood.
It's accessible to the residents of this. It's not intended to be a public park. There's no dedication of land that's required as a part of the site review, but it's intended to be available to all residents of this new proposed project.
Okay, great, thank you. And then other folks, perhaps not today as speakers, but in emails, we have seen people address the parking. Could you just speak a little bit about what parking reductions were made and what accommodations are made for additional vehicles?
It's important to note that there is no parking reduction that's requested as a part of this proposal. And so the perception that there would be parking demand is not based, at least on our code requirements, per bedroom. And that's how it's determined in industrial for residential uses. It's a per bedroom parking count. One other aspect about this that is important to note is not included in that parking count are on-street parking spaces that are proposed along Zillow Drive. Sorry, I spaced out the name of the street, but outside of the proposed project are, for example, Zinger and the other streets that access the Celestial Seasonings. So there's on-street parking proposed, but that wasn't included as a part of how they calculated the amount of parking. All the parking is being met on site, in other words.
Okay, great. Thank you. And that is all I have. Oh, one more thing. No, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Next, we have Aaron and Mirabai. Aaron?
Thanks. So following up on one of Mary's questions, Elaine, so the open space in the proposed development is not a public amenity, right? It's for all the residents. But there's a cafe and a library proposed as well. Would those be open to the public?
Yeah, that's an excellent point. Yes, the non-residential uses that are proposed, that library annex, the cafe, the art space, those are all available to members of the public, as the applicant has noted in their written statement.
Great, thanks for clarifying that. And also, Ms. Pozoles, if I got her pronunciation right, also suggested ways that construction traffic could be routed to minimize impacts on the neighborhood. Have we looked at that kind of thing yet? Would that come at a later phase if it's approved? And could her suggestion, if it is approved, get incorporated in that later stage?
You know, it's not part of the site review criteria. However, we have had opportunities to consider that type of routing for construction traffic and other projects. So likely at building permit, we'd be happy to consider those. And perhaps she could send us an email with her suggestions. I think they're good suggestions.
Great, thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you, Aaron. Mirabai.
Thanks, Sam. So I'm actually jumping on to something Mary had asked before I go into my questions, but it sounds like, so the residents of the new construction will have their open space, but as we heard from the current residents whose lives are going to be negatively impacted, their park is going to be used. Is there something that the applicant, seeing as the longstanding residents are not allowed to use the new residents' place, but the new residents are going to, inevitably use the paid for private park by the longstanding residents? Is there a way to, that the applicant plans to mitigate this issue?
So this came up a little bit in planning board, and the point is they are providing a significant amount of open space on this project site and amenities on this project site. My understanding is the park that's in question is relatively far and a little bit detached from this site. In other words, there's a significant number of residential units between this site and that park. So it would be a little unusual to be able to access that when you have the amenity on your site. And there's going to be a swimming pool and there's play opportunities. So I'm not sure there would be the motivation, but we don't have a way to regulate something like that that says you can't access it. If other people access their private park space, that's a code violation, maybe through the county, that could be looked at. But that's not something that would be conditioned through a site review in this case.
Okay, thanks. And just to confirm, seeing as I do live here and have been over there, it's pretty easily accessible. And I have a feeling that people walking dogs will probably be visiting it quite often because they tend to walk further than a few blocks. I guess my next question is there a reason that, or is there laws or anything in the city codes that we can implement to, seeing as Celestial Seasoning is breaking a huge promise by murdering these prairie dogs and gassing them to death, is there a way that we as a city can hold the developers and Celestial accountable to at least do a passive relocation, seeing as there's still going to be lands that are not destroyed, or purchase lands from the city within the grasslands, meaning obviously we still own the southern grasslands, but they would have to pay for the acreage to relocate these animals as well as the costs of relocating. Is there any power that we have to be able to do this, seeing as we're going to be massively impacting an ecosystem?
So the determination of prairie dog management hasn't been made yet, and that can be done at building permit. In this case, the applicant is intending to follow the Wildlife Protection Ordinance, and it provides a 6-step approach to management of prairie dogs. If you want to ask the applicant those questions, I believe they're on the call and can be asked to open up their communications if you'd like, because that's not something that I would be addressing in the site review.
Yeah, if they're willing to respond to that, that would go a long way. And I think curbing a lot of the people who's living there and have concerns about what's going to be happening to these lands that they've enjoyed for many, many years.
Brenda, if possible, could you open up the communication with the applicant team? I believe it's under Coburn.
Yep.
Elevate them to.
They are here in the meeting as panelists. I have asked them to unmute.
Yes, actually, so this is Bill Hollicky with Coburn. Andy Ellison is also on the call under a separate name. And if we could elevate him, and he's ready to answer that question.
Great, let me pull Andy into the panelist list.
Thank you very much.
Oh, he's on the phone, so I can't. So Andy, I'm gonna go ahead and give you the ability to unmute yourself. Again, it's *6 on your phone, plus your phone's mute button.
Did that work?
Gotcha.
Okay. Great, thank you. Mirabai, I'm sorry, can you repeat the question just so I'm 100% clear?
Well, I mean, to break it down and just be blunt, I think you'd have more buy-in from this community in a lot of other parts of this project, but at least if you were going to be protecting these animals, that Celestial Seasonings is breaking their promise by, destroying the habitat with your development. So my question is, will you do something to passively relocate these animals or work with the city to either pay money for the animals to be moved to our grasslands or work with our staff in some form so that these animals are not going to be killed, seeing as it's such a small, we're not talking about hundreds of acres here, we're talking about not even 10.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll tell you what we are doing, and then may need to talk about that last part. So both our team and Hain have engaged consultants, and we are actively, as Elaine says, we're going through the process of the wildlife management plan. That one of those steps is to look for relocation opportunities. So we're actively working with 2 consultants that are doing that. And in fact, Hain has also had contact with the governor's office, because I believe the first gentleman has been active in looking at sites in southern Colorado as well. And we have not heard anything for a few weeks on that. So we are actively looking at that and have some relocation potential, but we have not thought about relocating them to city lands. I know we reached out to Val Matheson about that as the first step, and we never heard back. So I think that's maybe partial of what you're asking, but you're also asking maybe is there some other way of getting that done, i.e. Some lands that I'm not aware of, but you're mentioning somewhere down in South Boulder, I believe. But did I get all that?
Yeah, I was just referring to the southern grasslands because that's where we're doing some relocations right now. But my bigger thing was seeing what the first gentleman is proposing would be awesome, but with Senate Bill 99-111, it disallows the relocation of prairie dogs across county lines due to the ag industry's influence. Therefore, you're going to have a very difficult time moving these prairie dogs outside of Boulder County unless some, miracle happens. So, looking at passive relocation within the property, I know that not all of the land is going to be developed. And so again, with the consultants that you're speaking to, I don't know if that's going to be an option. I don't know how CPW deals with that, but yeah.
I think, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Thank you. Yeah, I think we can look, there have been some discussions around passive relocation on the site. So we can look at that, and would also be willing to speak to Val or whoever it may be to speak to them more about any of the other city lands.
Okay. Well, I can help facilitate that if you would like. Again, I know that some of the city lands there's discussions on that we can get into that privately. But I do think that you'd get more buy-in, not that it's going to matter if the city doesn't, if the city votes this forward, but just as a goodwill towards the community that you are building into if you are able to not poison these animals. So.
Understood. Thank you.
So then I guess my other questions, Elaine, the residents we've heard overwhelmingly do not want this project and have continually said to please hear their voice, please hear what is, to listen to them. They are begging us. I don't know how it's any more clear on any project that I've worked on since being on council. So clearly they feel like they have not been heard. They clearly feel like their questions have not been addressed. Is there any any other options moving forward other than council pausing this or canceling this that is going to open up or allow for us to do some city planning prior to this development happening? Or basically tonight, if that's it, and the residents are screwed?
Well, a couple points of clarification. It's important to note that throughout the process, and that includes concept plan review at planning board, as well as concept plan review at city council, a lot of public testimony and comment was received. And in the planning board presentation, staff did provide responses to some of the concerns of the neighbors that primarily seem to be oriented towards sub-community planning, density, and a perception this is ultra high density, and other issues that staff has addressed and has listened to. And in all cases, it needs to come down to a criteria-based decision. And so in our evaluation of comments made by members of the public, it's couched to us in terms of how does this meet or not meet the review criteria, and has the applicant provided a project that and delivered a project that will meet site and use review criteria. So from our standpoint, we felt we've received a lot of public feedback, and that the applicant responded to a lot of public feedback from concept plan to site review. We completed the public process as is required. And so the other piece that's really important is that when we have a project in front of us, we're required to evaluate it based on the code, and the codes that are in place, the criteria that's in place at the time. So it can't be deferred if it meets the criteria today. The other piece is that I think there was interest and there was discussion at planning board that Gun Barrel is deserving of a sub-community plan, and that should be elevated. They wanted that message delivered to council. But again, we're in a place where we have the codes in place at this time. There's a process for determining sub-community plans and determining which areas of town are going to be subject to sub-community planning. That wouldn't happen probably for another year, maybe towards the end of this year, at least for scoping. So that's what's in place today. I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you, Elaine. Sam, depending on if we get this called up or not, I mean, I'll relinquish now to Mark, but if this doesn't get called up, I would just like a chance to say something at the end. If it does get called up, then I won't need to. So.
And if I could also jump in quickly and just note that at the planning board, there were approximately 66 members of the public who spoke. And I would have to say that half were in favor and very supportive of this project. And they came from all over Boulder as well as Gun Barrel residents. So I don't believe it was overwhelmingly opposed to it. I think there was quite a bit of support that a number of members of the public articulated.
Great, thanks. And I mean, I'd be interested to know how many are outside of Boulder, because that makes a huge difference, as some of the callers like to say, is people who don't live here don't really care and don't have an idea. So it's they can spout all they want that they have, support the project, but until you live here and until you live across the street from it and until you have the habitat that you walk on every day destroyed, it's a different question,
Mirabai, and I'll come back to you depending on how the vote is. Mark?
Just a quick question and a comment. Elaine, the Habitat for Humanity units, I assume they will be deed restricted in perpetuity.
That's correct.
Okay. And my comment is for the applicant, and it's based on comments from my colleague Mirabai. I would suggest that you do not underestimate the goodwill that would result from a passive relocation of the prairie dog population. And I urge you to do so if you can. It will not fully assuage people who have problems with the development, but it would be a good step. So I do suggest that you look at that very closely and implement it if at all possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Mary?
Thanks, Sam. I have a quick question for the applicant with respect to the park/open space that will only be available to the residents of the new development. And I'm just wondering what barriers are there to opening it up to the greater community?
Sure. Hi, this is Matthew Schultz from Ceres Regis. We hadn't contemplated bringing the public in. There's certainly, just as neighboring communities have public areas that our residents would not be privy to, or at least officially, certainly there would be no fencing around our open space, and we really have no plans to police who is using the open space or not. But formalizing that has some complications from an insurance standpoint and other financing considerations. So from our standpoint, we certainly have a condition on our approval which says we won't put a fence around that space, and we intend not to put a fence around that space, and we have no plans to police who is or is not using it.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mary. Okay, with that, does anyone have an interest in calling this up? Mirabai, I see your hand. Does anyone else besides Mirabai have an interest in calling this up? Adam, you also? Okay, so we have two. Anyone else?
Sam, can I make a comment?
Of course.
As to why I am not going to call it up.
Sure. Why don't we hold that for just a moment? Let's determine the yes or no, and then we can comment. So I only see two interested in calling this up. I will ask one more time. Does anyone else want to add their name to calling it up? Okay, with that, we will not be calling this up. Mirabai, I know you have some thoughts, then I'll go to Mark and anyone else who'd like to comment. Mirabai?
Thanks, Sam. So really, I guess what I have to say is directed towards my gun barrel community. I'm just very sorry. I will tell you, it has been the most difficult 4 years to be on this council, and it's honestly embarrassing. I thought we were here to serve you. Clearly, that is not the case. We are here to serve the development of Boulder, and it is made evidently clear to me tonight that this is the case. I have apartments lining the back of my house, and half of them are empty, as are many of the new developments behind King Supers as well. They are putting in more apartments now that who knows if they're going to be filled. They're going to destroy an ecosystem that has been watched and enjoyed by many, many people for years. It's another step in making clear that our city's environmental concerns, climate concerns are a joke by destroying another almost 10 acres of habitat for these animals on top of the 30,000 that we're killing already for a few farmers in our ag. I don't know why we're even trying to do a climate action plan. That the delicate balance that our ecosystems have, the fires that are raging in the West, this should be evidently clear that we should not be messing anymore with our ecosystems and putting in more housing when there's apartments sitting out here that are completely empty and waiting for people to move in. So a heartfelt apology to my fellow Gun Barrel residents. Your voices were heard by some. I wish I could have fixed this, so very sorry.
Thanks, Mayor. Bye, Mark.
This was not the most clear-cut decision for me, but I recall that at concept plan, we made a number of fairly pointed comments to the developer. The first was that it was too dense and there was some reduction in density. Would I like more? Possibly, but this was a reasonable accommodation. I know that I complained strenuously about the contemplated design at that point, suggesting that the project was among the ugliest I had seen. And I think the design has improved considerably and takes on a much more human scale. I think the open space, which will functionally be open to all, even if not everyone wants to use it, but functionally it will be open to the community, is good. I remember complaining to the applicant that there ought to be at least some commercial space there to serve the needs of the community. There's not that much, but there's some. And in this world, compromise is important. So on the whole, I'm prepared to accept the project, and that has informed my decision not to call it up. I do think there were a number of accommodations made by the applicant, and on the whole, it became much better.
Thank you, Mark. Mary?
Thank you, Sam. I agree with Mark's comments. One of the things that I have learned in my service, 5 years on planning board and now 8 years on council, is that the best that we can do as we move through these development reviews is to shape them. That properties have legal ability to develop the properties. Owners of properties have legal right to develop them, so that the best that we can do is simply shape them. As was said in the presentation, this is criteria based, and one of the criterions is that it meet the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan, and it does. That was determined by the planning board, as well as by virtue of the fact that there's many of the policies in the comp plan that it meets the comp plan. So as Mark said, there have been a lot of improvements that happened since the concept plan. Some of the ones that Mark did not mention is that there are townhomes that will be for sale. There aren't many, but there are some. The other thing is looking through so many of the projects that come through the city. So many of the projects are cash in lieu. And in this case, they're building the affordable housing on site. And so all of the coffee shop, the art space, the park space that will be functionally open to all are important reasons that I am not voting to call it up, as well as the shuttle. As many people talked about, the transportation is limited. So I think the shuttle will be important. And I think we will learn from it. And I hope that RTD comes in and learns from it as well. So on the whole, I think that enough concessions were made that this project has been vastly improved from when we saw it last year in concept. That's
Thank
all
you,
I have.
Mary. Thanks. Rachel?
Yeah, I just really wanted to say quickly, I appreciated that planning board did a lot of heavy lifting for us and got to a unanimous decision with a lot of improvements from the use review until now. And so I wanted to thank that board. It's I don't think it's one that always comes to a unanimous decision, so that made our job easier tonight. And so I wanted to thank them. And I don't know exactly how to say this, but I feel a lot like people feel like it's winning or losing on a decision like this. And as Mary said, our best chance is sort of to shape things, and it's not all or nothing, win or lose. We try and make things better. And we do hear the voices and incorporate that into feedback. So I don't think it's a win or a loss. We try to make things as best as they can be within the confines that we're working within. Thanks.
Thanks, Rachel. And I guess I'll jump in here and say a couple of things. First of all, this project did improve and change quite a bit. We did what we often do, which is call it up at concept plan and work it over with the eye towards all the comments that we've received from the community at that time. So a lot of this change has come from the comments that the residents and the neighbors let us know were their concerns. So a bunch of that has been funneled into this. Another key point is housing is a critical need in Boulder. 55% of our residents are renters, and so creating rental property is something that is in high demand in Boulder, in fact, higher than in most places. So I will just put that out there. Also put out there that it's a lot easier to finance rental properties than it is to finance ownership properties. The reason that our affordable housing program has so many rental units and a relatively much smaller number of ownership units is it is harder to finance the ownership units. Habitat is one of the few ways that routinely comes through for us in helping with ownership units. So I'll put that out there. Two other points I will bring up. One is around sub-community planning. So there's only one neighborhood or one sub-community in Boulder that has such a plan, and that's North Boulder. And that was drawn up when that was mostly greenfield area and there was going to be intense development. I have long been a fan of sub-community planning, as has a couple other members of this council. And so we have revived that concept and we've started with East Boulder. So I think we hear you loud and clear. I think the other neighborhood and sub-community that we hear a lot from as far as the need for a sub-community plan is the Hill area near the university. So I think when the next council takes up the subject of where the next sub-community plan is, I can imagine that Gun Barrel will be near the top of that list. So I think you will probably get that. A last point to make about sub-community planning is one way to keep that process moving forward and to reduce the opposition to doing sub-community planning is not to have it stand in the way of legal development of properties which are currently governed by our site plan review criteria and the land use code. So if in fact no development happened unless sub-community planning happened first, it would not have, the sub-community process would be opposed so strongly that we wouldn't get it. So that's a little background on sub-community. And the takeaway is, I think if the residents of Gun Barrel make their case to the next council and work hard to get council members elected that represent a chance to put Gun Barrel at the top of the list, that might be a good use of the organization that you've done so far. I'll say a last thing, and I know that this will not be popular in Gun Barrel, but I will point out that any residential home which receives water and sewer service from the city has a clause in the annexation agreement that says we will annex that property at the will of the owner of the property. So there are many, many residents of the Gun Barrel community who are not Boulder residents, which means you don't get to vote on the council. So I would suggest in all the organizing that's been done, it might be an interesting subject of conversation among the active members of the community about whether it would be politically wise to annex to the city for the many, many homes out there that could do that at will of the homeowner. So I think, you know, the penalty that you would pay for it is a slight increase in property taxes, but the benefit that you would get is a full standing. And I will note the neighborhoods across the street from this development fall into that category. Your voice would be backed up by your vote for council were you to elect to go in that direction, which I think would be good for both the city of Boulder and Gun Barrel residents. And with that, that's all I have to say. I think this project has improved a great deal from the first time we saw it, and I'm hopeful that it serves the community well. Aaron, I believe you're next.
Yeah, well, I won't repeat what everybody said. I thought, you know, Mark and Mary and Rachel and Sam said generally the things that I'm feeling. So I just want to highlight the way that the project has improved greatly from concept plan. It does get us some desperately needed housing in the community, including on-site affordable, which we don't normally get. And it also, I really appreciate that it is providing some amenities to the neighborhood, which, as we've heard loud and clear, there's a lack of amenities here. So I think the cafe and the library will be a great addition. The library in particular, Gun Barrel's been needing a library for a long time. I'm excited about that, as well as the shuttle. And I just want to say, I know that to the area residents, I know you were hoping to not get this approved until a subcommunity plan was developed. And for the reasons Sam stated, I don't think that's a legal or fair thing to do. But I certainly have heard you loud and clear. And I look forward, hopefully in my time on council, to starting and implementing a subcommunity plan for Gun Barrel, because I think we all need and deserve one. So thanks.
Thank you, Aaron. Adam.
Thanks, Sam. I just thought it was worth mentioning when we went through concept review, we discussed pricing of the non-permanently affordable units, and they expected those units to be about similar to Diagonal Crossing, which for a one bedroom right now is going for about $2,000. So for someone to not be rent burdened, about 30% of their income for a one bedroom, if they're living alone, they'd have to make about $90,000 a year. And that is a tough thing to do. So, not sure this is always the type of thing that we need. Obviously, they have to make the numbers work and you have to subsidize the other units, but I don't think it's a full truth to say that the other units are workforce housing when they're $90,000 required to not be rent burdened for a one bedroom. So just throwing that out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. I see no other hands. So with that, Alicia, I think we are done with this item and ready to move on.
All right, sir. Thank you. Next on tonight's agenda, we have item number 5, which is our public hearings. 5A is the second reading and consideration of a motion to adopt by emergency measure Ordinance 8470, amending sections 8-3-21, tents and nets prohibited, BRC 1981, to extend the prohibition of all urban parks and public property, excluding temporary shade structures in urban parks, regulating the use of propane tanks on public property, and setting forth details in relation thereto. Sorry for that mishap, sir.
Easy for you to say, Miss Alicia.
Like, okay.
And I believe I have a presentation, so I will wait for that to get queued up. All right, wonderful. Good evening, Council. I will be presenting this item tonight. There are also many other directors and staff members available that will help address any questions that arise. Next slide, please. On May 11th, 2021, City staff provided Council with information regarding health and safety regulations in public spaces and the annual homelessness update. From that meeting, council provided staff with direction to come back with an ordinance regarding tent and propane regulations. We are here today to present you with that proposed ordinance. Next slide, please. As noted in staff's May report to council, there has been a significant increase in theft of propane tanks. Boulder Police Department was able to provide me some statistics related to that. In 2018, we had one case of 2 tanks stolen. In 2019, there were 3 cases with 5 tanks. In 2020, there were 11 cases with 91 tanks. In 2021, as of July 19th, there have been 4 reports and a total of 14 tanks. There have also been several fire incidences, including explosions related to the use of propane tanks outdoors. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, there have been several incidences of injuries or property damage related to the use of propane tanks. In this photograph in this slide, there is a depiction or a photograph of an explosion that occurred in connection with the use of a propane tank on Belmont. In addition to that, there have been other incidences. One tent with a propane heater blew up over the winter. One person got some pretty nasty burns from a heater that fell over. We've also had some fires resulting in property damage and injuries from burning hand sanitizer, but not nearly as dramatic. And then as recently as 2 weekends ago, we had another camp propane tank explosion. That camp was located on open space property within the city limits. And luckily, nobody was at the site at the time of the explosion. We also reached out to try to get some feedback and ask folks why or how people are using these propane tanks. And so the following is some of the information that we were able to collect. First of all, the propane is being used for heat and sometimes cooking food. Sometimes the tanks get hooked up to something similar to those outdoor heaters you see in outside restaurants, but oftentimes it's an open flame. Another person has a reputation for cooking marijuana butter and claims his is better than anything at any dispensary using propane. Another unusual use of propane tank at a camp involved a flamethrower attached to a propane tank. When asked what it was used for, the person replied that it was for the ceremony when they throw people off of the island. His other tank was connected to a burner and he'd improvised a pot support for cooking food. As for why people have more than one, people use them as backups when they run out. And then just like any other resource, they can trade propane tanks for other things such as money, drugs, or other resources. So they are a valuable commodity. But regardless of the use, they do pose a significant fire safety risk since typically there's an open flame component to them and they're used near tents or temporary structures. Next slide, please. So the proposed ordinance seeks to address health and safety issues related to the outdoor public use of propane tanks. As you can see in this slide, no person shall possess a propane tank on any public property. And then there are 3 exceptions to that rule. The first being with a park permit and subject to permit conditions. This does not apply to the possession of multiple propane tanks for the purpose of transportation to and from private property. And lastly, it does not apply in connection with an approved city special event permit. Next slide, please. This slide provides more detail regarding the park permit process. Parks has had a propane tank permitting system in place since 2008. It allows people to bring their own propane gas grill to a city park with some conditions, and typically it's associated with the reservation of a park shelter. The conditions are listed on this slide. I don't need to go into detail and read it all, except to note that It's limited to one maximum 20-pound bottle connected to the grill or heater. Next slide, please. So the second part of the proposed ordinance seeks to address health and safety issues related to tents in public spaces. Tents create a false sense of safety, particularly during bitter cold winter months. There's been a substantial increase in the number of tents in urban parks and public places, accompanied by an increase in public complaints of adverse behaviors and interactions in public parks and public spaces, including drug and alcohol abuse, trash and litter, associated verbal and physical intimidation and aggression. The increased proliferation of tents and other enclosed structures in public spaces obscures illegal activities from public view, contributes substantially to the accumulation of litter and items that pose a sanitary or health hazard, can often interfere with pedestrian circulation and the lawful use of parks, and they also inhibit the effective regulation and enforcement of illegal activities in public spaces. Next slide, please. The proposed ordinance addresses the issues noted in the previous slide by prohibiting tents or other temporary structures in a park, open space, or public property unless done with a permit. Typical permits would be issued for special events, weddings, and the like. There is also an exception for temporary shade structures in a park during the day. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the changes to the code. The proposed ordinance expands the current open space tent ban across all public property, including greenways, culverts, parks, rights of way, and waterways. It will allow the police department to remove a tent right away, not just after sunset, to further clarify that parks and public spaces are not for camping. And compliance is the goal, but tents could be impounded if there's a refusal to cooperate. So the rule has two exceptions. First, as I mentioned, by written permit for events like this past weekend's Creek Festival, large tents for special events are inspected for safety and may receive permits. And then the second exception is for temporary shade structures in a park. Next slide, please. So the definition of temporary shade structure is a structure such as an umbrella or awning that provides overhead covering or weather protection, but not designed for overnight use or privacy and cannot be fully enclosed. No temporary shade structure shall remain in a park between sundown and sunrise. The ordinance will still allow partygoers to benefit from shade protection. Yeah, I think that's it for that slide. They can be used at events, picnics on the beach, at the reservoir, etc. And next slide. That concludes the presentation, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Sandra. And so with that, council, any questions? Junie.
Thank you, Sandra, for your presentation. I have a question about slide number 5.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of the wording of no person shall possess a propane tank on any public property. And I'm thinking, okay, are we trying to enforce possession or use? Because what if someone had a propane tank, they were not using it? You see what I mean? And I know the exceptions, I read them, but at the same time, I think it's, what's the word? It's, I want to say criminalizing without, I can't find a better word, but I just think it should be no person shall use a propane tank as opposed to possess.
So thank you for your comment. I see what you're saying, but I can also see the situation where, we have an issue of these collecting on public property as well. So once they're used, they're just kind of discarded and they accumulate. And if there's others from the police department or somebody else that can add to that. But my understanding is that there's also an issue related to just having them around, even if they're empty and they just collect and create situations in that regard as well.
So I see, Carrie, that you're here. Would you like to add to that?
Yes, I would. Good evening, Council. Carrie Weinheimer, Deputy Police Chief. I understand Junie's point. Part of it is an enforcement issue. It's much more difficult to enforce use because we have to actually catch the person in use as opposed to being in possession. And when we clean out these encampments, especially last year, as you saw by the slide, the number of tanks we had stolen, we were constantly removing dozens of tanks from these encampments. So, and even an empty tank can still be a hazard because they do contain fumes, and they have to be dealt with, removed, stored, and ultimately attempted to be returned to the rightful owner, which is very difficult to do. So it's an enforcement issue that possession is going to be much easier for us to enforce than use.
Thank you. Junie, any other questions?
I still think possession is a little bit stricter than use, and I understand that as well, where you're coming from. And I think my other question would be, have you considered the penalty? What does that look like for use or possession? Is it just a citation, the amount? So I'm just thinking, because I see your point. Again, you were the person out there dealing with, the propane tanks and the safety issues, and I'm just a council member who's not really at the front line. So, but at the same time, I'm just trying to figure out someone just having a propane tank and someone using it, that's two different. To me, it seems like it's two different things. It's not one thing. You see what I mean? But then again, I suppose if someone was on open space with a propane tank, yeah.
Okay, so is that a question? I'm sorry.
I know that I've asked many things at once. My question, I suppose, is penalty-wise, have you looked into it legally, what that would look like? I suppose this is not something you've thought through because you only brought forward the idea of possession as opposed to use.
So this would fall under the general type of offenses, which are subject to they're all subject to the same type of penalties, which currently is maximum of $1,000 fine and/or 90 days jail.
Well, yeah. No, thank you for this. That's my only question for now.
Thank you, Junie. Adam?
Yeah, I have a follow-up to Junie's question. Would that be per propane tank or per finding the propane tanks at one time? Because if you got 10 of them, 900 days in jail.
I believe that it would just be the one violation. I think that could be considered, if they had, 50 propane tanks, that could be considered in an aggravating factor for that case. But I believe we would just charge the one count of violation.
Okay. Second question regarding the propane rules. What's the purpose of not having this on private property as well if having so many propane tanks is a dangerous activity?
Well, we're not seeing large accumulations of propane tanks on private property. The issue we're dealing with are encampments and people camping in public spaces and accumulating large numbers of tanks, especially in the wintertime, for the things that we discussed. Plus, there's a difference in regulating, I'll let Sandra speak to this, but there's a big difference in regulating conduct on private property versus public property.
Gotcha. Okay. Last question was going to be what is the penalty for the shade rules? Is it similar, 90 days in jail, $1,000 fine?
If they didn't fall within the exception, like if they kept it up after sunset, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, just any violation of the rules. If you have a tent instead of a shade, or if you keep your shade up past the hours allowable, sunset.
Yeah, I mean, it's a technical violation. You know, a lot of times when we have new laws, we do a lot of education ahead of time, but and officers always have discretion on whether to issue a citation or not. And so, you know, if it was not a clear-cut, obvious situation, I'm sure that would be taken into consideration.
Sandra, that you may not be the person, I may need Judge Cook for this, but what is the just sort of general penalty? I realize that you have maximums listed there, but in most cases, what kind of penalties are we getting for these technical violations in court?
Well, for this particular code section, we don't really see these charges very often, so it would be difficult for me to compare it to something like this. I can tell you that it would be unusual to have any jail time associated with something like this. It would more likely be a fine or some other type of penalty. Does that help?
That does help. So it would probably be fair to say that this isn't going to get homeless encampments off the street necessarily, since we're not really going to jail people for this.
Right. And so I think that, well, Carrie, you can jump in if you'd like, but the intent is to try to regulate and manage some of this stuff. And if people don't comply, then the option would be to confiscate the tent. And so to try to remove that situation from even continuing to occur. But arrest is always an option or a possibility if things, escalate and get out of hand.
And I can totally understand the need to see if there's illegal activity going on, but yeah, it doesn't sound like this is exactly gonna get people off the streets necessarily into jails.
No, and that's not necessarily the intent either. I'd like to add a common occurrence we run into when trying to remove encampments is officers will be in the process of removing an encampment, and the campers will move 50 or 100 feet away and set up their tent in the middle of the daytime. And right now that's perfectly legal. So it really inhibits our progress in removing encampments when they can go a few feet away and erect a tent during the daytime, which currently they can't do on open space, but it currently is allowed within city parks, within the city limits. And so part of the intent behind this ordinance is to make a level playing field between open space outside the city limits and parks within the city limits.
Thank you, Deputy. Appreciate that. Those are all my questions, Sam.
Thanks, Adam. Rachel.
Yeah, I think a couple of questions for Sandra. Have we looked at other cities prohibiting tents in this way? Have we modeled our ordinance on what other cities are doing here? Because a lot of what I've seen is the camping ban, and this seems more like a obviously daytime tent ban.
Yeah, I haven't done any research on what other cities are doing. I don't think that it's that common. We've had this in place for quite a while. I mean, we're amending an existing tent prohibition, but
well, I
yeah,
guess
to answer.
Elaborating, like has this been challenged? We're seeing a lot of constitutional sort of challenges to camping bans. So I'm just wondering, has this been looked at and upheld by courts?
I did do some research into that. There hasn't been a whole lot of challenges related to an ordinance like this. As you've mentioned, they've mostly been related to camping ordinances and that sort of thing. So there hasn't been much activity on something similar to this.
Okay. And then can someone maybe walk us through it? And I think that this was, maybe we were just getting at this in response to Adam's question, but if kind of like how it will play out, and just again, walk us through if someone has a tent, and how this interacts with our current camping ban, which requires a certain number of days of notice before being moved. So you see a tent during the day, and sort of how does that happen? What are the notices involved? Are there any legal issues or pitfalls that we see if there is no notice? Or sort of how do we think we might sidestep court decisions that require notice?
So I can answer part of that question. I think Carrie might want to jump in when it relates to the officer's perspective. But with respect to how we handle encampments now, we have a process in place. We provide 72 hours notice with a written notice. We also, and if there's others that have additional information, please jump in. But we do provide that written notice, but then also it's a verbal notice if the folks are there at the site, they will have that conversation as well. And then at some point folks come back, and then we have folks that are available with resources related to housing and mental health, substance abuse, that sort of thing, to provide opportunities for people to access that, and then the cleanup begins. Carrie, or maybe if there's Kurt's available, can jump in and add some more detail.
I'll add from the enforcement perspective. As with any ordinance, we always try to begin with a verbal warning and gain compliance. If not, then we can escalate to a summons. And if that doesn't gain compliance, in this case, if the ordinance were to pass, then we could seize the tent. That would be our last resort. And to point out again, this is current practice on open space lands. There's no notice required for them to cite someone for having a tent on open space currently. They can be cited upon site, for lack of a better terminology.
And is that a frequent occurrence?
I'm not sure. I don't know if anyone from OSMP is here, or if Sandra has seen a lot of cases through municipal court. I do know that they regularly contact people erecting tents on open space, and I imagine they are able to gain compliance in lieu of having to write a summons.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I think those are all my questions. Thanks.
And I guess I'll just jump in and clarify one more thing, though. So when I was responding to that question, it was related to the camping ordinance, not to this one.
Yeah, and I guess I'll just maybe re-ask the second part is, do you visualize if we are sort of maybe reducing notice periods similar to what we do on open space, that is going to be consistent with what we've seen in case law in Colorado? That's I don't think it's a Boulder case law, but I think there are Denver and appellate case law, right, that are guiding.
Yes, there are other cases, but they've been like, I think you're referring maybe to the Denver case as one of the examples. But with Denver, they were quite large encampments that they were cleaning up and that sort of thing, and they provided or required much more notice. What we're talking about here is a tent, and so I don't think that the same analysis would apply necessarily.
Okay, so we're not concerned that the lack of giving notice and if you see somebody putting up a tent and a couple hours later ask them to take it down, we don't see any potential constitutional or legal challenges there.
Not at this point.
case law. Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you, Rachel. Seeing no more questions from council, I think we can move to the public hearing section here. Give me a moment and I'll pull up the list. So we have 8 people signed up. Because it's 8 people, we will have 3 minutes per speaker. Our first 3 speakers are Elaine Dannemiller, Sherry Hack, and Christopher Centino. Elaine, you are up and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Council. I support Ordinance 8470, and I hope you will too. I hope you'll not only support it, but support the enforcement of it. So I read the 8470 memo, and I agreed with everything. And from the memo, it's clear that the city understands the dangers of these encampments and the obstacle they create to getting people into more substantial services. So I lived in New York City for 12 years, and New York has some of the most magnificent public spaces in the world. So to avoid complete chaos, in order to use those shared public spaces, you had to abide by some simple rules. For example, in New York Central Park, you can't camp unless you get a special permit, and then it comes with strict limits on location and timing. You can't cook in the park except on specific holidays, and only with charcoal grills. They don't allow propane tanks, and then only in certain areas. Of course, you always have people who believe the laws don't apply to them, but the Parks Department addressed violations quickly and made it clear that park rules apply equally to everyone. Those reasonable rules ensure that in a city like New York, with a population of 19 million people and 70 million visitors per year, the public spaces are clean, safe, and available to everyone who wants to use them respectfully and lawfully. Now that's New York. So back to Boulder. Our creek and public spaces have become unsafe. The creek is not meant to be a toilet, laundry, and kitchen sink, and public parks are not meant to be pop-up subdivisions or shelters for anyone who comes to town with no lodging. I'd also like to ask Officer Weinheimer, when they give the 72 hours notice, how many of the encampments comply? How many say, okay, I got notice, I'll move on? I think this is a necessary step to make it very clear that Boulder public spaces are not for camping. So please adopt this proposed ordinance and enforce it. These laws keep shared public spaces clean, safe, and welcoming for everyone who wants to use them respectfully and lawfully. Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine. Next, we have Sherry Hack, Christopher Centeno, and Marcos Ospina. Sherry?
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. My name is Sherry Hack. I'm a Boulder resident. I've lived here for over 20 years. And I've watched with horror the decline of Boulder during that time, especially in the last few years. I'm here to speak on supporting the ban of tents and propane tanks. I feel this will help enforce the ban on illegal camping. It will allow the police to adequately do their job instead of us tying their hands where a tent dweller can just move a few feet away or get a 72-hour notice. I mean, that really just does nothing as far as enforcement. You know, let's not be naive. Propane tanks and tents have no place in public and open spaces. And they are frequently used by illegal campers. Illegal campers have been running amok in Boulder for way too long. This ban will help the police enforce the illegal camping ban. The current protocol just isn't working, and frankly, it's just a farce, and it makes the police ineffectual. We want them to be able to do their job and promote and enforce public safety. I just want to say that the residents of Boulder were sick and tired of being sick and tired of this situation. We're really tired of it, and we're really trying, and we are begging you, please do something. We don't want to end up like San Francisco, which I was just there a couple of weeks ago. And let me tell you, it is no picnic. It's horrifying. It's sad. You know, we are a compassionate community. but enabling people to camp outside, pollute, human defecation everywhere, polluting the environment. I mean, my God, the impact on wildlife, we're not even talking about that. It's just insane. You know, I see these pictures all the time on Nextdoor. I don't even go, I can't go on the bike paths. I don't walk around in the parks in mid-city. I don't like to go on Pearl Street anymore. And you know, this situation, we need to do something different because, you know, when you have say you have a party and you have an uninvited guest, and that uninvited guest starts robbing the other guests and your friends at the party, they start stealing from them, stealing, you know, becoming unruly. Are you just going to stand there and just say, oh, it's okay if they're here? It's like, no, you have rules, we have laws, and they have to be enforced. And the current situation is it's not working. And I can't even believe that anyone would think that a person can have a propane tank in an open space, that it's violating their constitutionality, their constitutional rights.
Sherry, thank you very much.
Thank you very
thanks so
much.
Yeah. Next, we have Christopher Centeno, Marcos Ospina, and Lynn Siegel. Christopher.
Hi, my name is Chris Centeno. I live at 541 Highland, Boulder. I just want to voice my support for the tent and propane ban. Thank you for allowing me to speak. As the City Council knows, the camping ban really can't be enforced right now, which is what the police officer who spoke tonight told you. It's basically a game of whack-a-mole. We have campers who are mostly not from Boulder. They come here to get their free tent, camping gear, and food from local activists, and because of Boulder's weak municipal code. Police provide warning that gives the camper days to move. The police then clear an encampment. Local activists will frequently protest with anti-police messages. Then the camper just goes across the street or down the road. If they need a new tent, that same activist group will provide one with stickers that say Boulder hates cops and all cops are bastards. Hence, a tent ban that allows an officer to provide a short warning to the camper and then confiscate the tent will put a dent in the problem. However, we're also going to need at some point municipal court reform for this to work, as of right now, the campers often take the ticket and just throw it in the trash. However, that's a topic for another day. To conclude, I'd like to support the tent and propane ban. I'd like to thank you for how seriously you took adding additional officers and other changes, including camp rangers and the parks recently. So thank you for that, and I thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Chris. Next, we have Marcos Ospina, Lynn Siegel, and Holly Sanders. Marcos, I don't believe we see you here. Are you here? Okay, Marcos, if you are here, please let us know in the chat or the Q&A box. And with that, we'll move on to Lynn Siegel. Lynn, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, I need the timer on again. It was on earlier. Thank you. It is now on, Sam, just FYI. And it was not before. And other people complained it was not either. So what is going on here? If this is the way business is conducted with the homeless, well, what can we expect? And that's my argument. All this development is what's causing this homelessness. And the greater the wealth inequity, the greater the despair, and the greater the despair, the more use of meth. And no one has answered to what you do to the meth users. You cannot get rid of them. You cannot put them in housing. You've got a huge debt to pay to keep up with them. Up at the permanently affordable housing on Lee Hill Road, it's $52 a night per person. For permanently. The citizens are paying for that. What you need to do is stop the hemorrhaging. The hemorrhaging to the developers, like you did tonight when you voted up Gun Barrel. Like you're going to try to push CU South, which you should have tonight, denied it. Tonight. It's the elephant in the room. Big development causes the demand for more affordable housing, which itself causes the demand for more affordable housing. And that affordable housing causes a demand for service workers, clerks in the bank and the grocery store, all those people that can't afford to live in Boulder that have to service the occupants of the affordable housing in Boulder. Those people need housing too. And since we're only producing 25% for the developer to pay for, the other 75% is taking off in a circular spiral, and you're chasing your tail, and it's endlessly going up, and you're causing it. You're causing the problem that you're then blamed for. $2.7 million for 18 months. You can't find police to even break up these encampments anymore because they're not going to do that job, just like they're not going to work in the restaurants. How many times do I have to say it? I guess I just say it over and over and over and over and over and over, and eventually you'll get it and you'll do something about it. Stop the hemorrhaging and you will lessen the problem. Increase it and you make it more and you make it worse and you make more people griping up here and you don't want your jobs anymore. You don't want to be on the council and have to deal with this.
Thank you,
Done.
Lynn. Next, we have Holly Sanders, Barbara Appel, and Pierce Delahunt. And from what I understand, we do not see Holly or Pierce in the meeting. So again, Holly or Pierce, if you're here, please let us know in the chat or the Q&A. And with that, we can turn to Barbara Appel. Barbara?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Awesome, thank you. Thanks for having me. As we face the issue of encampments, we need to do so with compassion, perpetuating humans to suffer on the streets, allowing them to continue their dependence on drugs and or ignore their need for mental health support is incredibly unethical. Looking the other way and throwing tents at them is not a productive or humane way to help. Boulder has incredible resources for job training, temporary shelter, and transitional housing, which helps individuals who are seeking to become housed. As for those who have mental health or addiction issues, there is support for them as well through Mental Health Partners of Boulder County, among many others. Think for a moment if one of these individuals belonged to you, if they were one of your loved ones, would you want people to fight to keep them on the streets? Or would you want someone to stand up for them and get them the help they needed? If one of those individuals were your own child, your brother, your sister, your friend, wouldn't you want someone to step up and intervene, even if they didn't ask for it? It is incredibly difficult to seek help in these circumstances. That is why, as a community, it is up to us and you as our elected leadership. It is your duty to get them the support they need and get them off the streets. I ask you to support 8470. If you have any doubt about how you will vote in regard to propane tanks on public property, please consider this from a CBS 4 article in May of this year. According to the Denver Fire Department, there were, and I quote, more than 200 fires in or near homeless encampments in the last 4 months alone, more than one a day on average. And in almost every camp, they find propane tanks. A 20-pound tank of the highly flammable gas is equivalent to 100 sticks of dynamite. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Barbara. And with that, we will ask one more time for the 3 speakers who signed up but who are not here. That's Marcos Espina, Holly Sanders, or Pierce Delahunt. If you are here, please let us know.
I don't see any of them in the meeting, Sam.
Very good. Well, with that, we will close the public hearing and bring this back to council. So council, more questions or a motion or discussion? Rachel.
I'm just going to start with a question. Under the exemptions that the city manager can approve the use of a tent, in theory, could the city manager approve someone sleeping in a tent or an encampment? That could be to Sandra or maybe Nuria, if you know the answer.
I'm so sorry, I was muted. It's like the phrase of 2021. Anyway, I suppose that that could be a reason. It is within the discretion of the city manager. I mean, with the temporary shade structure, it's explicit that what the exemption is. Otherwise, it has to be by permission of the city manager. And as I noted in the presentation, that the intent would be that it would be related to special events or special gatherings where there is a large tent that's needed, or even smaller ones as part of a community event. That would be the intent.
Thanks.
Thank you, Rachel. Mark.
Sam, are we in questions or comments? Because
we are in anything council wants to do. So comments, questions, or a motion. Those are your choices.
I'm going to do comments. I think we need to be clear-eyed about our current conditions. The encampments have been an ecological and environmental disaster. They have been a public safety disaster. They are a fire hazard in an environment of totally parched conditions. We need to develop answers and policies concerning our unhoused population. But tents and propane tanks on public lands really cannot be part of that answer. This ordinance brings the requirements we have on our open space to our public lands, and gives our police the tools to actually enforce our camping ban, which is currently the policy of this city. So I support this ordinance. Our public spaces, in my view, belong to the entire community, not merely those who would treat them so inappropriately. I am frankly a bit tired of emails from those who will no longer use the Boulder Creek path due to concerns about their personal safety or the safety of their children. I think we need to do a bit better than that, and we need to return our public spaces to the citizens and residents of the city of Boulder. And because I believe we need to act, I will support this ordinance.
You, Mark, Mary, and then Adam.
I move to adopt by emergency measure ordinance 8470, amending section 8-3-21, tents and nets prohibited, BRC 1981, to extend the prohibition to all urban parks and public property, excluding temporary shade structures in urban parks, regulating the use of propane tanks on public property, and setting forth details in relation thereto.
Do we have a second?
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. I'm going to ask a clarifying question to Sandra. Sandra, this was moved on emergency, which requires 6 votes to pass on emergency. What happens if we have 5 votes? Yes.
5 yes votes. I believe it's no action, but let me just double check that.
When you say no action, would it be passed on second reading and go into effect after a delay? Could we have a motion to pass it not on emergency and pass it on second reading and then have the delay and then have it go into effect?
Yes, that would be one option.
Okay,
Let me just
very,
do
very
that.
good. So I just want to make it clear to council, this is a motion to pass on emergency. So if we get 6 yes votes to do this, this will become effective right now. If we do not, this fails on emergency and someone moves to pass it not on emergency. If it gets 5 votes, then it passes, but it will only go into effect after a delay. I think it's 30 days, but I'm not sure. And Sandra can tell us a bit later how long the delay is, but we have a motion to
And
pass on.
actually, I'm sorry,
ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but
Please.
if it doesn't pass on emergency, then I think that the second option would be that it would be a non-emergency. It would go to third reading because there's been substantive changes. And so at that point, it would probably be put on consent and then pass at that point.
What would the substantive changes be? Why would it not just pass tonight on second reading and then go into effect after the standard delay?
So there were substantive changes from the first to the second reading that were
Okay.
made.
That's the answer. Thank you very much. Adam and then Mary. Adam?
Thanks, Sam. So I thought Mark had some interesting points for sure, but to his points, I think most of us are not interested in having people camp on the side of the creek and environmental impacts and people, getting accosted or yelled at. That's something we all share, but fundamentally, I'm not sure this is going to change that. We can pass all the laws we want that have no effect but to give someone a summons or at most put them in jail a few days, and they'll return to life with even less than what they had before they went to jail, plus an arrest record that is not going to help them get back into society. So with those points, every law that we pass is a further chance for people not to be reintegrated into society. And we certainly need more supportive services to address this. Also, it feels a bit interesting to me, I'm just as worried about people who are stockpiling propane tanks on private property. It only takes a few of them with ill intent to cause a major situation. So I don't see why, if we're going to pass that for public property, we don't do something similar for stockpiling on private property. Again, feels a little bit like trying to solve a national problem with local laws that ultimately won't really move the needle. So, by our police department's own words, it sounded like all it's going to do is maybe have people owe a fine, go to jail for a few days, and be back on the street right where they were. So it doesn't sound like much of a solution. And I don't want to set the public up for thinking that it's really going to change things, because I'm not sure it will.
Very good. Thank you, Adam. So I'm going to go back. Mary made a motion. So normally we let people speak to their motion. Adam just had his hands up from before. So we're going to Mary now. Mary, why don't you speak to your motion? And then after that, we'll have Rachel and Aaron. So Mary.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. Before I speak to the motion, I just have a question for Sandra. I guess I didn't track the change from first to second reading. And my question is, if I changed the motion to omit by emergency measure, oh, it's still the same ordinance number. Got it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the reason I made the motion and support this effort is because every day I hear from someone, in addition to the emails that we get, of people that are just exhausted by this and asking for action. It may not solve the problem, but it is a step that we can take to begin to address the problem. We cannot address this problem alone. This is a regional issue. And I do hope that our efforts at the regional level begin to bear fruit sooner than later. And this is one of the actions that we can take locally to address the concerns that many in our community have.
Thank you, Mary. And then next we have Rachel, Aaron, and Junie. Rachel.
Thanks, Sam. First, I want to say I support the propane tank ban for the safety reasons that have been cited. And I think Adam raises an interesting question about sort of why we are singling out some spaces as safety concerns without looking at our own homes. So I find that a solid question and think we should analyze whether we need to do something different there. I want to preface that I think that we do a lot of good things as a city on homelessness, and sometimes that gets lost in these conversations. And then in our city, we further sort of boil everything down to the camping ban as a bit of a litmus test. Like, I think some people believe you're a good or a bad human based on whether you support a ban. And it's not that cut and dried. So I just want to point out that I don't support that as a litmus test. I think that when there is no enforcement of misuse of public spaces, as Mark and Adam were mentioning, then those spaces are in danger of not really being public anymore. They can be sort of privatized for person or group's personal use, and they can damage the habitat and creeks and create biohazards. So that's not a good thing. On the other hand, I don't favor criminalizing the mere act of sleeping or sort of existing if you're a person who's unhoused. And I think that punitive measures can sort of have the potential to maybe chase people to smaller mountain towns where they probably have less resources to get support for things like serious addictions. So that's a concern. But my primary concern is that we have gaps in our system that leave some people literally outside and out in the cold or in the heat. And that's only going to get worse with the climate crisis. So if we are taking steps to more quickly confiscate tents and without notice, without having enough beds and alternatives to camping, and without barrier-free shelter, we are going to draw and I think potentially lose lawsuits. So we have guiding, although I think not binding cases from places like Denver and Fort Collins that are swirling around us. And if you look at a recent decision out of Los Angeles and the Boise decision, I just don't see this as a terribly strategic step without the county making some changes to coordinated entry and without us first bolstering housing options. So I'm not asking for us to relook at things because I understand we don't relitigate things as a council, but I think again, we looked hard at the no without looking at the additional yeses that are needed. Thanks.
Thank you, Rachel. Aaron, and then Junie, and then I'll go. Aaron?
Yeah, so I think the propane tank ban is a pretty clear life safety issue. I think that propane tanks in our parks and along our creeks and used kind of with an open flame or in structures or in tents or things like that is just incredibly dangerous for the folks involved and for bystanders and other people in the community. So I think that's a straightforward life safety issue. And then I appreciate what Rachel was saying about the public spaces. People should be able to take a nap or sleep in a park during the day, and if they want to have a blanket with that or a shade structure, I think that's all fine. But having an enclosed tent in a park or other open space is essentially, taking over that public space for your own personal private use. And I don't think it's an appropriate use of our parks. So I'll support the ordinance with those two pieces because of that. But I mean, make no mistake, it's not going to solve any problems around homelessness, right? the same number of people will still be homeless with these rules as before. And we need to continue to work on the full spectrum of services and assistance for people, and continue to push for some additions to that in other circumstances, like a safe outdoor space where people could get a place to sleep that's legal. And also, I very much hope that we can provide some additional substance and mental health abuse treatments options, maybe with our ARPA funds, and also some additional emergency and supportive housing options. So those are conversations for another day. But like Rachel said, I mean, we have to look at how we're helping people to deal with the problems of folks who don't have shelter, and not just with additional rules. Tonight we've got an additional rule. I'm fine supporting it, but we have to keep looking at all the other pieces of the puzzle. Thanks.
Thank you, Aaron. Junie, and then me.
Sandra, I have a few questions for you. If this was the measure passed by emergency tonight, when would the enforcement start?
It would start immediately. So, well, it would depend on the police department, but it would be effective immediately after passed.
Okay. Also, do we have signs around the parks to, when it comes to the propane, that people cannot use the propane? Have you considered that? Is the city working on that? Where are we with that?
There are no signs required with laws. I mean, it's,
okay.
You know how that works. So sometimes with like city manager rules, a sign is required related to something like that, because it's more finite, I suppose, or the option is officers give warnings or whatever, but that's just related to city manager rules, not to the laws.
Okay, I see. Thank you. And also, a little bit concerning to me, I know earlier you mentioned it's at the discretion of the officer whether someone is fined. And I really appreciate the comments made by Adams earlier when it comes to, these fines, which could be up to $1,000, could really send someone into even further, poverty. So is there a way of reducing those fines?
So let me just clarify that officers don't have discretion with respect to fines or the penalties. That's the judge's role. So they have discretion on whether or not to issue a ticket. But then the consequence or penalty is determined by a judge with recommendations from the prosecutor. And so the person's circumstances would certainly be taken into consideration. And municipal court has consistently done that with folks that don't have the means, so that would be something that would be taken into consideration for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, thank you. I think the comment I want to make is I hear everything that's been said tonight. Again, this is new to me. I have never been in a homeless situation where I'm living on the street and then I have to find food. So I don't know what that looks like. And I'm not a police officer who's also trying to enforce, but at the same time, I do find the fines and the regulation a little bit draconian. And I don't think I could vote for that tonight. And I'm sure we're gonna get the 6 votes to get it passed by emergency, but I don't think I can be one of them because, again, I would wanna know, you just mentioned people wouldn't know whether this, we have this law because it's by emergency, it would be enforced right away. And the enforcement would start right away anyway. So to me, it's just, I can't support that tonight, but I do see the value in it because again, keeping propane away from people would protect them as well and fire safety reasons. But I just think the law, the regulation as well, talking about possession instead of use, to me, it's just, I am not sold on the way it's drafted and the enforcement for tonight.
Thank you, Ginny. I'll go and then Mark. I am going to support this and I'm going to support it strongly. I do not think that the propane tank is much of a question. I will say that I think, it is first and foremost our duty to do health and safety regulations on public lands that we control. On private lands, we make rules. And then those are often complaint-based, but on public lands, we have the responsibility for not only making the rules, but for enforcing the rules. So I feel like the propane's super clear, and the tents are essentially a taking of public space. They are a private party, whether unsheltered or not, establishing themselves as the de facto owner of that space, and that's not what public spaces are for. It's pretty simple. There's an enormous challenge with homelessness, and that is absolutely the case. And services and housing are the answer to that challenge. However, having people be able to set up a tent doesn't address any of those questions, doesn't add more funding, doesn't create more beds or more rooms or more pathways out of homelessness. I have great confidence in both our judge and our police in the following sense. If we pass this tonight on emergency, I think the first thing the police will do, as we heard earlier, is an education thrust. So it's not going to start with a bunch of tickets and a bunch of people being thrown in jail and getting $1,000 fines. So first of all, I believe that there will be that educational component. And then second, I think that we essentially don't want people to be able to do what we heard happens when encampments are cleaned up, which is just move somewhere else and set the same tent up in a slightly different place. That's not effective at getting those folks into services. In the circumstance where someone does get a citation and they end up in our municipal court system, as we know, and have heard from the judge herself, the focus is really on getting them into a better situation, not finding them or putting them in jail. So I think it is very clear that both our prosecutor and the judge will be taking that into account. I would say I would be shocked if anybody was getting any time in jail or a tent violation or a propane violation. So I'm going to support this because I think it's one element of a multifaceted strategy to address safety in public spaces, and separately as well alongside to be able to provide services that lift people out of unsheltered situations and make their situation better with shelter. So with that, I've got Mark and Aaron. Mark?
Yeah, two things. First, I do want to agree with a comment made by Rachel. We tend to divide ourselves solely on the basis of support for the camping ban. And that's just wrong, okay? This is an extraordinarily difficult and nuanced public policy issue in which nobody in any jurisdiction has come up with, great answers for the problem. And I think we need to spend a little more time talking to each other and not at each other just based on that position that people take. And secondly, I want to agree very strongly with some of the comments that Aaron made. This is not the end of the road. This is not the culmination of all of our policies with respect to the unhoused population. We have a lot more work to do. This is simply a step that we're taking to deal with the public safety elements of the conditions in which we find ourselves. And so, as I said, there is just a lot more that we're going to have to do, different ways we're going to have to address it. But this is, to me, a necessary step to address the very fundamental issue of can our community make use of our public spaces in a safe manner? And I think that's what we're doing tonight. Thank you.
Mark. Aaron?
So, Junie, I thought you raised some great points. I mean, can we give some legislative direction that we should start with a focus on education rather than ticketing, so that folks can be made aware of the new regulations if they're not already? Is that Sandra, is that the kind of thing that we can mention as we pass an ordinance?
Yeah, that could be something that the police department could take into consideration for sure. It's not uncommon for that to happen.
Great. So I would propose that as to go along with this. And the other thing that I would say would be that I would hope that we would be very cautious about, or that we would not be taking people's property. They're taking people's tents, with a single violation or with a couple or anything like that. In many circumstances, that may be the only shelter that they have, and so I think it would be important to me that this would not be resulting in kind of immediate confiscations of tents as part of this. So if somebody could address that, I'd appreciate it.
Carrie, I see you coming up, so that'd be great if you could take that.
Yeah, I'll just comment to Aaron's question. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, confiscating the tent will be our last resort. We always aim for cooperation and compliance. I could foresee that happening if someone refused to leave. Then that would probably be the next logical step, would be to confiscate their tent. But if I may, I quickly address one of the questions that came up during open comment. We typically get compliance even after 72 hours notice. Often it's not until officers show up that they vacate those encampments upon notice, but it's been very rare that we've had to physically arrest someone for not vacating an encampment. So I foresee that would be the same here. Under the current arrest standards, we couldn't arrest someone for this violation anyway. The most we could do would be to issue them a summons and impound the tent. And we would have to keep the tent as evidence and property, so it would not be destroyed or gone forever. But again, that will be the last resort.
Right, so it would be retrievable then?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thanks for making that clear. I appreciate it.
Okay, with that, I see no more hands, and we have a motion and a second, and this is a roll call vote. So, Junie.
Yes. I do have a comment. I wanted to know if it's possible to decouple the propane and the tent vote.
We have a motion and a second. So I would say that it would be up to the motion maker as to whether they wish to decouple the two. Mary, what are your thoughts?
Not at the time, not at the moment.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and it's a roll call vote. So Alicia, would you please call the roll?
All right, sir. Yes, thank you. Councilmember Nagel.
Aye.
Swetlick?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. Wallach?
Aye.
Weaver?
Yes.
Yates?
Yes.
Young?
Yes.
Brockett?
Aye.
Friend?
No.
Joseph?
No.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, Mayor, we have 6 yeses. I'm sorry, 5 yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 yeses and 3 noes.
Thank you. So the motion passes with a supermajority of 2/3, and so it passes on emergency. So that brings us to the end of this item. Where do we go next?
We go, sir, to item 6, which is matters from the city manager. 6A is the capital tax renewal item.
I'll ask Cheryl to come forward. I know Cheryl and Joe Wagner are ready to present.
Thanks, Nuria. And we're just waiting on our presentation. Thanks, Emily. Next slide, please. So on our agenda tonight, the majority of our presentation is going to be spent going over the community survey results. We have David Flaherty on the line from Magellan Strategies to take that part of the presentation. Then Joel Wagner will discuss the community nonprofit feedback. And then we'll go into the Financial Strategy Committee recommendations and also have questions and discussion regarding ballot language that would be brought to you for first reading on August 3rd. Next slide. So I'm going to turn it over to David to talk about our survey results.
Thank you, Cheryl, and thank you, Council. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hello, everyone. My name is David Flaherty. I run a firm called Magellan Strategies. We're a survey research and public opinion polling firm. We conducted this survey from June 16th to June 30th. Next slide, please. And I'm sorry, I just wanted to make sure I could see it here. Okay, let's talk about the objectives. The purpose of this survey was to measure voter support and opposition levels for extending a 0.3% sales tax for 15 years or up to 15 years, in addition to putting forth to voters this November, voter approval or rejection of a $110 million bond measure to fund city infrastructure and nonprofit community projects. The survey also included questions regarding what infrastructure projects may or may not be funded by the extension of either the sales tax or the bond measure. And then we also had some questions trying to measure among voter opinions the importance of different categories of projects. Next slide, please. Our methodology. The survey interviewed 1,999 registered voters in the city of Boulder. 99% of them are likely to vote in a November election. As I mentioned earlier, the interviews were conducted. Oh, excuse me, this was also a bilingual survey. I just want to make sure everybody understand that, where respondents could take it in either English or Spanish. As I mentioned before, the survey was conducted over a 2-week period. The overall margin of error for the questions was 2.21% at the 95% confidence interval. And these results are weighted to be representative of the voter turnout demographics for an odd year election in Boulder, Colorado. They are not representative of registration. Next slide, please. I won't get into the details of this tonight. But I can assure you, if you go back and look at the voter turnout demographics from 2017 or 2019 of the voters that turned out to vote, they're very similar. And really, do they change dramatically? These results are weighted to those demographics. So again, next slide. Some of these additional questions. Are you registered to vote in Boulder, Colorado? As I mentioned, 99%. And then the pie on the right-hand side ensures that people are likely to vote. 76% of respondents said they're extremely, 15% very likely, and so forth. Next slide, please. Okay, this survey, folks, the way we go about doing these kinds of surveys is that we did a paraphrase of both of these potential ballot measures. We do not get into extensively what may or may not be funded by this, but we call this the uninformed ballot measure. We want to know and find out, these are the basics of this ballot measure that may be put forth. This is the amount of sales tax. This is what it would cost. This is, it would fund in general infrastructure projects for the city and nonprofit, and it would be extended for 15 years. Not telling you anything more. Would you vote yes and approve it, or would you vote no and reject it? Uninformed support levels for the sales tax is at 73%. For the additional bond measure, and again, these questions were rotated, in addition saying to accelerate some of this, some of these infrastructure projects, we would also like to issue a bond to help accelerate this, getting these projects going and paid for. 2/3 of respondents approved of that. And again, in an uninformed ballot measure. These are both very, very good support levels starting out. We do many of these surveys over the last 15 years. Voters are 100% behind this, just from telling them what's going to be paid for in general. they agree that it's there and that they're like, okay, if that's what it's going to cost me, this is a sales tax extension, and then you want to bond off of that, I understand. Infrastructure projects, we need that. Tell me more. Next slide, please. And when I meant tell me more is we would then read to voters descriptions of particular projects that may be funded. Next slide, please. And this slide shows what projects that may be funded. And what you're seeing here is sort of a paraphrase of each of these infrastructure projects. They were much more in detail that were either read to the respondent or they read the description. And then we're asked, knowing that this may be funded, would you be more likely to approve or reject it? And again, what we're doing here, everybody, to understand is we're putting forth things that if this is put before voters, they will likely learn about this ballot measure. It's simple psychology. Are you going to vote for this? Infrastructure projects. Tell me more. What may be funded? And we go down the list, and this is a list right here of 7 different infrastructure projects, and then saying, knowing this project may be funded, would you support it? And as you can see, the top of the list, annual road maintenance, multi-mode paths, critically deteriorated signal poles, replacement of the Central Avenue Bridge, reclaiming Boulder Creek Path corridor, relocation, reconstruction of the fire stations number 2 and number 4, and so forth. What this shows, folks, is that voters are there and they're like, that's going to be, that may get paid for it. Sign me up. We need that. We need that. We need that. Support is overwhelming for all of these projects. And they will, before we even get to the informed ballot test. Next slide, please. In addition to telling people a very detailed description of projects that may be funded, we also give them general information. For example, the city's extending the 0.3% sales tax for up to 15 years rather than a shorter time period, as like in years of 4 years or less in the past, to stabilize financial planning. That's why we're asking you to approve it this long. The cost of the sales tax is a $100 purchase. This sales tax will generate about $111 million annually. That money would be used to pay off the $110 million bond. And as you can see on the right-hand side, we're at 60% or higher on all of these things. Voters get it, they're informed, they want these things, and they're all on board. Next slide, please. In addition, we then asked them the informed ballot test. Now that I've told you about things that may be funded and why the city's considering this, tell me why you would vote yes and approve it. First and foremost, this tax would improve community infrastructure. Your voters want this overwhelmingly. They are needed and they know they need to be paid for. 2, these are necessary and needed changes for the community. 3, they like the nonprofit portion of it. Oh, I like to hear that some nonprofits are going to be funded by this. And then 4, most voters understand this. This is not a new tax, it's only an extension. That is really huge. And again, we've done over 200 of these sort of ballot measure surveys. And I can tell you right now, an extension, and it's only 0.3% of the sales tax, voters are there and they get that. It's nothing coming out of my pocket. Yes, I understand it's an extension. It would actually be a reduction. Either way, this is not a new tax. Sign me up. And I like what I hear. Next slide. 21% of voters would vote no and reject it. And again, we ask those folks, please tell me why you would vote no and reject it. 1, taxes and cost of living is too high already. This is very common. This is very common among seniors. Again, let's put this in perspective. This is 1 out of 5 respondents in the survey of likely voters. There's a belief out there, which is very common. This sales tax would hurt the poor instead of helping. A sales tax extension, hurts poor rather than wealthier folks. Natural skepticism, the lack of trust of where the money would be spent. This is not uncommon, folks, to be very honest with you. And roughly 21% of voters have that natural reluctance or skepticism of how the money would be spent. And then there's a handful of folks, we put this in there at number 4, money should not go to nonprofits. They should pay their own way. That's a belief. It is not overwhelming. And please understand, everyone, I'm talking about 21% of all respondents. So opposition is not strong. Next slide. So then we compare the uninformed ballot test to the informed ballot test. And again, we don't have a lot of movement here. The bottom line is that if you put this extension of the sales tax for up to 15 years, you will get it done. Voters will approve it. with the assumption that they will be reasonably informed about what this sales tax will fund and how it'll work. We don't see a lot of movement here. Voters are already there. It's an extension. We need these projects. Yes, sign me up. And then you have that 20% that are just naturally either they don't feel that they can afford it, they're not going to approve any sales tax, or they're just reluctant or don't trust how the money will be spent, or they feel that a sales tax would hurt the poor. But again, not a lot of movement here. This doesn't happen very often, to be very honest with you all. But look, 3 out of 4 voters, they're there. This will pass. Next slide. Now, for the bond measure, support's a little bit less. Issuing debt creates a little bit more reluctance. This is very typical. But again, we're talking about 2/3 of voters. Yes, I will be there. I get this. We understand. And also from the message, from the information they learned, that by bonding off of this revenue from the extension of the sales tax, more projects will be addressed earlier and get done. So they get it. It's 2/3 compared to 23%. It's, again, this is very likely to get done. Next slide, please. In addition to those sorts of questions that we asked, we also tested different extensions and alternatives of some of these things, like, would you be more likely to support this if the term of the tax was reduced to 10 years rather than 15 years? Another variation, what if we increased the percentage of dollars going to nonprofits from 10% to up to 15% to up to 20%? And then also, what if we reduce the bond authorization to 80 million from 110 million? These are very common approaches in a situation where, after the informed ballot test, we're in the low 50s and we're not sure if it's going to get there. That's rather more typical when we have a new tax or something that would, raise the mill levy. This is not the case here. At the end of the day, while these alternatives may increase by a few points, it wasn't a dramatic move. It was really just by a few on all of these, because so many folks in the city and likely voters are already there. They're not critical for the success of the measure. So moving those numbers around or tweaking that, that's really more of a policy question for City Council. The bottom line is that both of these ballot measures, as we tested at 110 on the bond and 15 years on the 0.3 sales tax extension, should get done. So no matter which way you go, your very, very likely voter support will be there. Next slide. Another question to get to the end of our presentation here. We categorized different infrastructure projects into 5 different groups: transportation system resilience, progress towards climate goals, safe and prepared Boulder. And understand, folks, there was a more detailed description of each of these categories. And then we asked, are these extremely important, very important, or somewhat important, or not at all, that get addressed? The top of the list, again, transportation system resilience, progress towards climate goals, safe and prepared Boulder. I would not suggest here that any of these are not so important or that you should remove them from the list. They are all important, but just to assist staff and council on just an idea of, hey, which ones are really closer to the top of the list. So as we framed these questions as to say what may be formed, this is how those categories landed. Next slide. We also included an open-ended question at the very end of this survey. In your own words, please describe any infrastructure and nonprofit community projects that you think should be the top priority and fully funded by the city. And asking that question, like I said, we had 1,900 respondents, a lot of open-ended, a lot of qualitative data. And what we did here is group together by words and phrases that were used, to segment together and put them into categories as best we could using that sort of structure. Road, street, and maintenance, 20% of responses. Bike paths and lanes, 11% of respondents. Infrastructure, again, infrastructure could also be bike paths and lanes, it could be roads, but those 3 are kind of top of the list. Parks and open space. Affordable housing comes in at 7%. Public transportation, climate change, safety, homeless, fire prevention, and stations. So again, we're just trying to help advise and report the data back in a categorical manner. Next slide, please. To finally wrap this up, look, Boulder voters do overwhelmingly support a 15-year extension of the 0.3% sales tax to fund these infrastructure and nonprofit community projects. 73% would vote yes and approve the ballot measure, 20% would oppose it, 7% were undecided. Voters are there, they get it, they want these projects. They like the idea that we don't have to raise new revenue or new taxes. It's just a small extension of a sales tax. They get it, and paying for the bond also makes sense to them. The bottom line is assuming that Boulder voters come November, if you refer these measures to the ballot, are relatively informed and understand that we can't guarantee exactly what projects will be funded, but that many of these will. Voters are there, and in our professional opinion of doing this for 29 years, they should get done and should be approved, barring a half decent, well-educated electorate. And with that, I'll just take questions.
Thank you very much, David. Council, any questions for David before we move on? Bob?
Yeah, but I was just concerned about the 9-point spread between 74% of the people that said they're in favor of the tax and like 60-some odd percent that said they're in favor of the bonds. I talked to a few people who, I don't know if they took your scientific survey or just did an online survey, and there was a fair amount of confusion among community members that felt that the bonds and the tax were mutually exclusive. And I guess this is in the form of a question, but maybe it's a statement. How do we ensure that that when we present these two separate ballot measures, people understand they can vote yes on both of them?
Well, Bob, I would just say the questionnaire did include segments that said both of these would be on. Another ballot measure would be there. We never said it would only be one. This is being considered the sales tax extension and the bond, the sales tax extension. If there was confusions or reluctance, and I would also say if we were raising the mill levy on residential, you would see the bottom drop out from support for the bond measure. So I can understand from folks that you've talked to in the community feel that, I'm not sure everybody really understood that both of these would be on the ballot. But the best I can speak to that, Bob, is that we were very clear in the survey that these would both be on the ballot, and that we had a message test in there that, and some information that said, if approved, this sales tax extension is going to pay off the bond. So I think people did know that. But again, I would just say that's how this survey was designed. And from doing this very often, I do believe they get that and they do understand that, and that both of these efforts and ballot measures would be supporting infrastructure projects.
Thanks, David. Cheryl and Sandra, that's just a cautionary tale for us as we prepare the ballot language. I know that we're going to be subject to Tabor rules and we have to stay within those boundaries, but we just want to make it clear. There were certainly community members who did not understand that, David. As clear as you tried to be, they felt that those were mutually exclusive. So I want to make sure that we put our language together. We are clear about that. Thanks.
Thank you, Bob. Any other council members? Questions at this point? Great, seeing none, back to you, Cheryl.
Thank you. Emily, can you pull up the presentation? Next, Joel Wagner has a few slides on the work done with the nonprofits and feedback we've received.
Thanks, Cheryl. And thanks, Emily, for pulling that up. As this comes up, Council, good evening, Joel Wagner, Tax and Special Projects Manager. Staff hosted 5 focus groups for representatives from nonprofit organizations over the past several weeks. Comments from 4 of those meetings were summarized in your council memo. We had one final meeting after the council memo was finalized, and we've incorporated that additional feedback into the next couple of slides. So in total, we had 21 participants who provided valuable feedback on the proposed concept for the nonprofit component of the ballot item. And I'd like to just take a moment to personally thank every representative who so generously shared their time with us to discuss this important component of the ballot. We've broken the feedback into 2 general categories: thoughts on the ballot item and thoughts on the grant administration if the item passes. So the first slide is on the ballot item. One of the most consistent themes was that many representatives expressed concern that not having nonprofit organizations listed on the ballot may reduce support for the ballot item. We just saw a presentation on where the voters are, at least today. Many representatives mentioned that the campaign that was run by the CCS2 nonprofits was a major reason that the 2017 ballot item, in their opinion, passed with over 80% of the vote. Several individuals did recommend that a way that the city could ensure voter excitement without listed projects is to have a higher allocation of the nonprofits, most recommending the 20%. And another way is to highlight the past projects funded through the first 2 CCS rounds to give voters an idea of what could be funded in future rounds. And regarding the structure of the grants, most participants supported the concept of smaller grants such as planning grants or smaller capital grants, and particularly around the planning to help nonprofits develop the ideas into actionable plans and projects. Several respondents noted that planning grants could help promote equity in the program, as they could assist groups that address the future or address the diverse needs of the community, be prepared to seek capital grants in later rounds. However, some participants did highlight also the importance of financial and organizational capacity, especially to pull off the larger capital campaigns, and suggested that the ability to raise funds to fund feasibility analysis and capital campaign consulting would be a key indicator of organizational readiness for a capital project. And several participants recommended that if we were to give smaller grants, that those amounts of funds be limited so that large transformational capital investments could be made in the community. And a few respondents brought up the question about or asked why about the reasoning behind renaming the tax, and were worried that removing the word culture might negatively impact the ballot. They referenced what culture conveys as far as creating a broad sense of creating a diverse, welcoming community, as well as supporting the arts and other nonprofits. So participants did also recommend along these lines that if the word resilience is used and if the name is changed, that the city work to really define it and what it means in the context of the ballot, and make sure that the name is consistent with how the broader community sees resilience. And then the last point on this slide, perhaps unsurprisingly, participants were eager to know when the funding would be available. And along with that interest, however, was a recommendation, and that's that the city communicate when funding might be available as soon as possible so that organizations can begin that planning work and start getting excited about the ballot. So the next slide. So this one was a little more future looking. We asked representatives what considerations we should start taking into account if the ballot item passes, and they provided a lot of great input here as well. Many participants encouraged the city to set and communicate clear processes around the decision-making structure for the program, and to also have clear administration and administrative processes around this. They also recommended setting clear guidelines for the application so that applicants know what to expect during the application and award process. Many recommended different levels of rigor for smaller grant awards if the city were to do that than for larger awards. And 2 points kind of along the city's equity goals. Many representatives encouraged the city to proactively engage the community to determine what the highest needs are for these funds. And then also to ensure that any review body is proactively seeking out representatives that can provide a broad representation of all the communities, sub-communities in Boulder, making sure that underrepresented communities have a fair voice. And then finally, several participants recommended that the city consider including ballot language to make it clear that this program will be funded from the tax, that the administrative costs will be covered, and make sure that that doesn't in any way divert from other grant making programs that the city is already running. And that's my last slide. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Joel. Council, any questions for Joel? I am not seeing any. Cheryl, maybe we can go with the last part of the presentation.
Sounds great. So now I'm going to talk through, at the beginning of this process, council had requested that the Financial Strategy Committee come back with some recommendations. And these really are based off of a lot of information and meetings and presentations that that committee heard, as well as the survey and the nonprofit input that we have received. So the Financial Strategy Committee is recommending a 15-year term for this tax. They feel that the number and magnitude of city infrastructure projects is so great that it gives us a little more both flexibility and ability to bond some of our projects for longer terms. They want to focus on the city capital infrastructure projects. There's a little between 85 and 90% of this funding to go towards city projects, and 10 and 15% to go to community nonprofits. So there were 2 members of the committee that felt like 10% should go to the community nonprofits, and 1 member who felt that 15% should go there. And then the committee fully supported the related debt authorization measure. Again, the big reason here to give us more flexibility, and also recognizing that the cost of inflation, certainly for these types of projects, has risen much greater than the cost of borrowing over the last several years. Next slide. So we, or the committee, I should say, developed a list of projects that they believe should be included in the ballot language. And really these projects, a lot of them came from the information provided in the survey. So as you saw, transportation seemed to be the most important from those who responded to the survey. And then also reclaiming Boulder Creek Path Corridor, expansion of Fire Station 3, along with the relocation or reconstruction of Fire Stations 2 or 4, renovation of East Boulder Rec Center, and then acquisition of streetlight system and conversion to LED lights. I will say that that item really was put in here from the committee based on the response and the importance of climate for our community. Next slide. So then, in addition to projects, individual projects themselves, the committee felt that project categories would be important to include in the ballot language. And the definition for these categories really aligned with what was presented in the survey. So we have transportation system resilience, progress toward climate goals, safe and prepared Boulder, active and healthy Boulder, and then community interaction technology improvements. And I will note that that last item in the survey was described as customer service modernization. And there seemed to be a little bit of confusion on what exactly that meant. So we are proposing perhaps changing the language to hopefully help the community understand what we're talking about when we talk about this area. Next slide. So our final slide are questions for council. We really want to get input that we can use to develop the ballot language that will be coming to you August 3rd. The first question, do you support, or Sam, actually, I'm gonna turn it over to you to lead this part, sorry.
No problem, Cheryl.
Thank
Thanks
you.
very much. Thanks for the presentation. Thanks for leaving the questions up. That's much appreciated. So council members, let's weigh in with either questions for staff or your thoughts on the questions in front of us. I have Bob and then Mirabai. Bob.
I'll just jump right, keep the questions up, please. I'll just jump right into them. I support a 15-year tax. It sounds like the voters did as well, so that's fine. I would actually defer to the recommendation of majority of the committee and go with 10% grant pool. With respect to the specific capital projects that council would like to be included in the ballot measure, I thought that the 6, Cheryl, that you listed were good. I just want to be cognizant of the fact that unlike the 2014 and 2017 ballot measures where we had specific community projects and we had those folks carrying our water for us, in this case we don't. We have this kind of generic 10% that's out there. And I don't know that anybody is necessarily motivated to carry water for us. And so I want to make sure that we are robust in our listing of capital projects. I want us to leave a lot of headroom for your category 4, but I want to list some specific projects, especially ones that are kind of sexy and may generate some enthusiasm by constituencies in the community. So I think the 6 that you had listed are great. I would add actually 3 to that, just to put it in perspective. We had 7 listed in the 2014 tax, 13 listed in the 2017 tax. 13 feels like a little bit much to me, but I think something in the range of 6 to 10 would be good. The 3 that I would add in addition to the 6 that you'd listed, Cheryl, would be advanced life-saving vehicles. I think there's a lot of interest around that. Pearl Street Mall refresh and the Boulder Civic Area Phase 2. Especially with respect to those last 2, we've seen a lot of emails from downtown community members, and they are a constituency group, and I think they could help us carry this ballot measure along. And so I guess I'd include those 3 that I listed in addition to the 6 that you listed. That still adds up to only probably about $50 million out of 200 million. So it gives us a lot of headroom. I think just to round out the questions, number 4, I think those are the right categories. And number 5, I would support a 15-year, $110 million debt authorization. I know that in past years, the debt authorization has been a little bit lower than the tax itself. And I think as long as we're still in the safety zone, that's probably okay. To the extent we can tweak language, as I said earlier with David, to just make it really clear that these are not mutually exclusive, that would be great. But those are my comments.
Thank you, Bob. Next, we have Mirabai and Aaron. Mirabai.
So I'll just jump on the bandwagon with Bob and support what he said, except for I have a question for staff on number 2. This is one thing I don't really, I'm agnostic about, I guess, whether or not it's 10 or 15%. I won't support 20%, but if we went with the 15%, is there something specific you can give me or tell me that we would be giving up within the 6 or 5, whatever they were, 5 or 6 items that were originally proposed? I mean, would we be losing some of our ability to do advanced life support? Because that's something I strongly support. And so I'm trying to understand what that 5% is going to do to us.
So I would say that we are not at a point where we have prioritized how we're going to fund whatever level of funding that we get. I will say that our projects far exceed even the amount of the proposed tax that we're asking for. So unfortunately, I don't have specific questions tonight other than to say certainly it would affect the amount of projects that we can fund internally here at the city.
Okay, thanks, Cheryl. Then I guess I'll just count me in on pretty much what Bob said. Then I think I'll support the 10% and on number 2 and the rest. And I really do support the categories that he added in, especially the advanced life support vehicles. So.
Thank you, Mirabai. Next, we've got Aaron and Rachel. Aaron.
Yeah, so I do support the 15-year extension. I will say on the nonprofit grant pool, we've gotten some requests to take this up to 20%. I do think that the grants that we make to the nonprofits can be extraordinarily valuable to our community. Some of our past ones have been really transformative in terms of the institutions they've helped create, and in the future, I think that can continue. So I would definitely like to see that at the 15% level so that we can continue to provide some substantial funding to our amazing local nonprofits over the next, hopefully 15 years if this all passes. So I would go for that level. In terms of the specific infrastructure projects, I guess question for staff. I mean, we're going to give you direction tonight. We're probably not going to all agree 100%, and then we're going to have a public hearing, right, before we finalize this. So I guess my one comment would be to say, I'll put out some opinions, other people put out others, but I would like for us to retain some flexibility as we move into that public hearing to make the final determination of which ones we list as permanent commitments, so that we're not making that final decision by throwing out some comments tonight. Given that, I think the ones that have been suggested are good. I think, like Bob's suggestion of the additional ALS units makes sense to me as well. And I guess what I just say on the fire department is that I would like for a substantial amount of our investment from this tax go to modernizing our fire department and enabling them to add the advanced life support facilities. So I guess I would invite them to say, like, okay, guys, we probably can't do everything on your list, you know, in the committed to projects, but what would you recommend, you know, if we can do, if we're going to put 2 or 3 on here, what do you think would be the most effective in terms of getting us to our medium-term goals for the department? So I just put that out as a request before we totally finalize things. But I would really like to see a substantial amount of the committed funds go to the fire department. And then I think having the transportation system in there as one of the items is really good. I think the transportation maintenance is important, but we did see that improving the safety and capacity of our transportation system was very highly rated by our residents. So I just wonder how we craft that maybe there's one bullet point for maintenance, you know, keeping the roads in better shape, which everybody loves to complain about potholes, right? So I think that's important, and also people would appreciate. And maybe another one about it's something like on the order of, you know, targeted improvements to our transportation system to improve safety and traffic. Well, maybe not traffic flow, but capacity to move people through the town. And then I agree with Bob as well that I think the downtown business owners have made a great case about the merit of a downtown Pearl Street Mall refresh. And we've also been talking about the second half of the Central Park for so many years, and it'd be great to see that moving forward as well. So I think those would be great projects to include too. And then yes on 4 and yes on 5 of the debt authorization. Thanks.
Thank you, Aaron. Rachel.
I have a couple questions. First, if it sounds like most of us are going with the 15-year tax extension, which I will support as well. So I'm just wondering, as that applies to number 2, I think a little bit gets maybe at the same thing Mirabai was asking, how much money does that translate to between the percentages? Like how many millions are between 10 and 15% at a 15-year tax extension? Can anybody ballpark that? And does the question make sense? Maybe it's to Cheryl.
Yeah, and I know it's in our back pocket slides. Cara, do you have that? Cara Skinner, Assistant Finance Director, do you have that information readily available? The difference between 10 and 15 for the nonprofit?
So this is Cara Skinner. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So we have a current estimate for a 15-year tax of total revenue of up to 200 million. So 10% of that would be 20 million. So half of that would be 10 million. So 5% is $10 million. How I did my math, I hope I did it right.
All right, so it's an extra 10 million for the nonprofits.
Correct.
Grants if we
over the life of the tax. Yeah.
And it would be 20 million if we did the 20% over 10%. 20 extra million, 20 versus 40.
Yeah.
I'm questioning my math now.
You got it,
seems
Rachel.
like basic math.
Between 10 and 20% is $20 million.
Correct.
So every 5% is 10 million.
$10 million.
Okay, great. Thank you. So and then just one other question. Have we looked at all into sort of like leveraging funds that we will be looking at? I had asked last time we talked about this about, you know, state and federal dollars that would be coming down. And I saw there was some ARPA information in the packet, which I appreciated. But given that we're not going to be able to fund everything we need to fund right now, can we prioritize things that we might be able to tap additional like matching or leveraged dollars for, if that's a possibility or likely?
So When I talked to Erica from transportation, she did not feel like the projects that were listed under this tax would be eligible for federal funds, but certainly as we move forward in prioritizing and our list of projects, we'll definitely look for areas where we can leverage, hopefully leverage funds in any way.
Again, because we're not going to be able to fund all of them. So there will be some, essentially winners and losers on the list, unfortunately. And if we can get kind of potentially twice as many winners on the list from leveraging money that's not always available, but we're at this, sort of odd time in the world where there is a lot of infrastructure funding, and I don't know how much of that requires cities to match and things like that, and also climate resiliency funds. So just I guess I couldn't tell from the packet, like how much would we need to line that up ahead of the vote, or would just sort of be potential after? Do we need to consider that as we're weighing in on 3 and 4?
So I think it would be something we'd be looking at after right now, because we're talking more about maintenance and not new projects. Again, transportation does not feel like, given the current infrastructure funding they receive, that these would fall in those categories. But certainly if new bills are passed, that may change. So we definitely will keep an eye on it, but I don't think it's something right now that's applicable prior to getting this ballot language together.
Okay, all right, appreciate that. So for number 2, I would go with the 15%. 3 and 4 agree with most of what has been already stated. 5, I would go with the 110 million. My only concern on number 3 and the specific projects is, I worry when we hear a lot from groups and make our decisions based on sort of who's emailed us, because there are other projects where people aren't going to have the wherewithal or the access to send out those sorts of emails, and I wouldn't want to prioritize based on something that feels a bit inequitable. So I have concern about that, but otherwise tend to agree with the direction we're going.
Thank you, Rachel. I'll jump in here. I see no other hands. Mirabai, I see your hand still up. Is that old or is that new? Okay, thanks. All right, so I'll go, and then Mark and Junie. I'm pretty much going to reprise Bob on this one as well. I think 15-year tax extension. I think 10% for the nonprofit pool. I think the list of items that Bob put out, with the exception of one I have a question about, but I'll come back to. I think having the categories is good to help people understand how we're fitting different areas into our overall goals. So I think how we categorize these and present them to the community will be important. And I support in number 5, the $110 million ballot question for debt authorization. So my only potential caveat is a little bit, I think, along the lines of what Rachel was pointing out. We've received requests from downtown for a commitment of $12 million in funding, and I can totally support signing up for the Pearl Street refresh, because I think that's really important. The visitor center, the bathrooms, I think that is a good thing that we know how to do now. The only thing I have a question about in the project list is the civic area phase 2. That involves a serious amount of community input on what we're going to put at the east bookend. And so one problem I have with going ahead and committing funding and saying we're going to do it is I don't know that we have a vision yet for what that looks like. I know that we've talked about buildings and farmers markets and cultural event centers and all kinds of stuff. It doesn't feel well formed enough for me to want to sign up to it. So I would personally want to list the Pearl Street refresh and put the civic area into the bucket of, once we figure it out, we'll see how it fits into the overall budget. That's my only caveat. Otherwise, I agree with everything Bob put out there. And I think the advanced life support system being included will help raise awareness of what the current situation is and encourage people to want, like Aaron said, an upgrade to the services that our fire service can provide. So pretty much what Bob said, with the exception of I'd like to take a closer look at what we mean with the downtown funding. And with that, I'll go to Mark and then Junie. Mark?
Do you mind if I colloquy on that?
Not at all. Go for it.
And this is more of not a response, but more of a question probably for Ally. Maybe when we come back and make our final decisions on August 3rd, Ally could present what that civic area phase 2 is. I don't think it's the east bookend. I think it's limited to Central Park. I don't think it goes east of 13th Street, and Ally doesn't have to respond tonight, but maybe Ally or somebody could respond on August 3rd about what exactly that is. I think there is a plan for Central Park, but I do agree with you, Sam. I don't think there is a plan yet for the east bookend.
Great. We'll have that conversation. I appreciate that comment, Bob. And let's have that conversation after we hear from the community. Maybe they'll have comments on that as well. Okay, Mark and then Junie. Mark.
Yeah, obviously I was a member of the Financial Services Committee, but I'm giving my personal comments at this point. I support the 15-year tax extension. I support the 10% grant to nonprofits. The reason for that is certainly not animus towards our nonprofit community, but this is our big crack at the apple. And it seems to me that either we're going to be sufficiently serious about funding our infrastructure needs, of which I think at the last count, we had unfunded needs of $295 million. I think that was down from 306, but it's still more than twice what we're going to raise through this initiative. And that $10 million for the additional 5% could fund our IT upgrades. We might do that anyway, but just in terms of order of magnitude, it would fund our IT upgrades and more. And so I would like to capture more money for the infrastructure that we really do need, because we're not going to be doing this again anytime soon. And I just think those things are necessary, and we need to be very serious about the manner in which we provide for infrastructure funding. I am fine with the projects we've identified tonight. I share Sam's concern. If Ally has a plan and we can look at that plan in August, I might drop my reservation to the Central Park or the Central Park area. I definitely would like to include the mall refresh, but if we have a plan, I might go for both. Yes on 4 and $110 million on 5. So that is my point of view. Thank you.
Great. I think you covered it, Mark. Junie and then Adam. Junie.
All righty. Number 1, 15, like everyone else. Number 2, I was one of the members who supported the 15%. And part of the reasons why I supported 15%, from hearing from community members, we get a sense some wanted 20%. And also, even in the memo, it's mentioned that, the nonprofits as well were hoping for 20. And I thought 15% was a happy medium. But also part of it is that, as was mentioned tonight, that 5% is about $5 million. I believe that $5 million will have definitely a greater impact for nonprofit than it will have for the city's infrastructure, no matter where you put it in the city. Also, again, I think nonprofits, they're the first line of defense when it comes to providing services. They reach part of the population that we as a city cannot reach. So I think it's very important to fund them and fund them properly as well. Fund them so that they are effective. Also, there is on page 203, and I think that really cement how I feel about the 15%. On page 203 of our memo, when the question about the type of project, or at least, the question that was asked during the discussion with nonprofits, there were two, I guess they were a fork in the road. Some nonprofits say something, they wanted transformational projects, and some wanted smaller capital projects. And to me, when we fund things a little, not as much, let's say with $10 million, we might be able to fund the smaller ones and fund a bunch of little projects. But with 15 millions, maybe we can do a hybrid. We can do both. We can fund small projects and big projects at the same time. It doesn't have to be one or the other. So I thought the $15 million, as I mentioned again, was really the best way to support the community that is supporting the people that we cannot reach as a council. And again, I know $10 million is a lot of money for some people, they're thinking, but the extra $5 million will have a greater impact, as I mentioned, for nonprofits than it will have on city infrastructure. For number 3, it's a yes. Yes. Number 4, I agree with some of the comments that were made to add ALS units, the Boulder downtown refresh. I think that's a great idea as well. Number 5, 110 millions. I hope, I'd wish that the council would reconsider and give 15 millions as opposed to the 10%. But, I get it, but providing support to more support to nonprofit is actually benefiting us as a council. And that's my point for tonight.
Thank you, Ginny. Adam.
Thanks, Sam. I pretty much agree with where Sam is at too. 15 years for sure. I lean towards the 10% simply because the list is so long of infrastructure needs, and it really isn't something that can be ignored, because the whole city will suffer if we have, if we're ill prepared for major things that could come, whether that be a flood or an IT security issue. We've seen a neighbor city suffer from an IT security issue, and they lost a lot of money because of that. So preparation may matter a whole lot more if we want to save our money in the long run. For the sake of maybe finding a compromise between the two groups here, maybe we could go to like 12 or something, 12%. But that's just throwing that out there, is trying to get 9 people behind one thing instead of 6. Yes on 3. 4 is fine as well, and definitely 110. And I will also point out the Pearl Street refresh and the ALS would be very good additions to 3.
Thank you, Adam. And Mary, I think you'll close us out on this.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank staff for doing and our consultant for doing a fine job on the statistically valid survey, which is something that our community always seems to ask for in anything that we do. And this time we did it. And it clearly showed that there's support. I was particularly taken by the fact that the uninformed piece of it showed such high support. So I also want to thank staff for all of the time they took with the committee on the presentations. We spent a lot of time on presentations, on discussions, and really hammering out lots of details. One of the details has to do with item number 2, which is the 10, 15, or 20. 2 of us on the committee supported the 10%. And my rationale behind supporting the 10%, which is $20 million, each 5% increment, as Kara said, is an additional 10 million. So it's either 20 million, 30 million, or 40 million to nonprofits. So one of the discussions that we've had is how the grant making would occur for the nonprofits. And to me, the planning grants are really, really critical to providing a more equitable approach to smaller nonprofits. The capital, the 7-figure kind of grant making really favors organizations that can have development directors that know the game, that likely already benefit from other streams of money. For example, the SCFD, the Science and Cultural Facilities District. And so the smaller ones usually aren't about buildings. Smaller nonprofits need, a few $1,000s to be able to write a grant asking for new computers, for example. Many smaller nonprofits, that is their capital need. The other thing that I will say is many of the smaller nonprofits that provide services to the community aren't necessarily in need of large capital grants for a building. Usually they are providing services that are more on the line of operating. And there are other funding streams for those operating costs, which are, for example, the sugar sweetened beverage tax, the human services fund, and the Arts Commission, which provides lots and lots of grants to really small organizations. So for all of those reasons, I think that another $10 million for city projects is really, really critical. And the community has shown, and in a statistically valid way, that they support the infrastructure. They see the need. So, so that's why 10%. And then, yes, the specific projects included, and I would be open to the suggestions that Bob suggested, and with the caveat of getting more information on the east bookend. The west bookend, or the creek at the core, was the second infrastructure, or the second CCS, which was on the order of $8 million. So just saying. And let's see, the categories are, obviously we recommended that, and the $110 million debt is what I supported and recommended as a committee member. I will say one thing about the $110 million debt, the ballot language, kind of to Bob's point. I had some conversations with folks who didn't understand why we would bond. They didn't want to borrow money. And once it was clarified that the reason to do that is because of the cost escalation of doing projects far outweighed the cost of borrowing, they got it. And so if we can somehow include that in the ballot language, I think that would go a long way to gaining support. So that's all I have, and my gratitude to everyone who worked on this and did such a fine job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. So a couple of quick things. First, I want to colloquy on what Mary said about thank you. This was an excellent presentation. We had not only the information from the survey, but we had some clear choices in the questions to council and some good definition of what that means, as well as the analysis of all the individual projects. So I also want to echo the thank you, and this was really excellent work. I will attempt to synthesize what I heard. I think everyone supported a 15-year tax. Most folks like the project list, would like to add some. Bob gave the ones to add. I think we have questions and we want to come back to more information about what the civic area portion would look like, but it sounded like everyone was supportive of the mall refresh. I think everyone liked the categories, the 5 project categories, and thinks that we should list those with the projects that are in them. And then I think everyone landed on $110 million of bonding. So on the bonding subject, I heard from Nuria during this conversation from Joel Wagner that in 2017, 82% supported the vote. 82% supported passing the tax in 2017, 72% supported the bonding in 2017. So interestingly, that's a 10-point gap, which is exactly what our survey showed. So there's a good question. Is that because of the way we communicated, or is that because of people's aversion to debt? So I think we need to try and answer that question, because it would be great if we made sure that both of these passed together. So I just wanted to provide that comment. We saw that in 2017 as well, that gap between bonding support and the tax support. And then I guess the last thing I'll say in synthesis is we did have 6 people support 10% and 3 council members support 15% in the nonprofit pool. So I'll say that, and that's the summary. Adam mentioned, and I agree, that we don't have to pick 10 or 15. Those are not magic numbers. Should we choose to, we could go somewhere in between there. I don't think we need to decide that tonight. I think maybe after we have public hearing at first reading, we can return to that question, but we know it will be in the range 10 to 15%. And clearly, the inclination of council is to reserve more money for infrastructure projects. So Cheryl, I'll turn to you and Nuria and ask, did you get what you needed from us, or do you have any more questions?
I'll see if
I got
Cheryl
what I
has-
needed. Thank you very much for all your feedback.
Great. And I was just going to defer to you, Cheryl, if you needed anything specific, but more importantly, I wanted to echo what council has already said, which is this has been a big lift for finance, and I just appreciate all their work moving forward. There are a lot of needs in community and in the city, and these are hard decisions to make. So just appreciate council too for giving us your feedback as we move on this.
Very good. Thank you both. And Junie, I see your hand up again.
Well, just to echo everything that's been said earlier by Nuria and you two, is that thank you for all the work that you've done with your team, Cheryl and Kara. It's really been a lot of work, and I've seen it, and I appreciate just in gratitude. So thank you.
Thank you, Junie. Okay, with that, I believe we're done with this item, and we are ready to move on to the next one.
All right, sir. Next, we have item 8, matters from the mayor and members of council. 8A is a resolution concerning recent events related to the Boulder Reservoir.
And Nuria, I guess I'll turn to you and or Allie. Who would like to take this?
I think I'll give Allie an opportunity to talk about it, but I'll say that this was an incredibly difficult conversation coming new to this community. I know that there was a lot of conversation previously with residents and a lot of work to get to this point. And just want to appreciate Allie and her team. It has been a really difficult time as we have, whenever we find difficult issues like this where we don't always agree and we have differences in community, the manner in which you express those differences matters. And this has been a really difficult time for Parks. So just wanted to commend Allie and her team as we move forward with this particular project. But Allie, I'll let you talk a little bit about the background.
Certainly, and we have kept members of council apprised of this really beginning. Council approved the lease in February of 2020 and started really talking and updating council in February of this year when we started engaging with neighbors of nearby Waterstone and Valhalla neighborhoods expressing concerns about safety and about sound and about just the potential for increased visitation to the reservoir. And so I'll skim more lightly over the details of that, because I know members of council, some of you supported our neighbor meetings, which we appreciated, and some of you shared questions with me. And really your input shaped the operational plan that we had hoped to implement this summer. When the liquor license was withdrawn in February in response to concerns and really overwhelming feedback from the neighbors that they did not feel needs and desires for a restaurant with a liquor license in their neighborhood, our partners, Josh and Kate Diner and Chef Daniel Asher, they withdrew the liquor license to say, let's take a year without a liquor license and demonstrate that we can operate this per the vision of the 2017 concept plan and without impacting the neighbors. And I want to take a moment to appreciate out loud those partners, because they too have been in this incredibly hard conversation. They have listened hard to the neighbors. And even though I know some do not feel like that their concerns have been addressed, we have been listening to them and trying hard to develop reasonable solutions. And Josh and Kate Diner have been in this, and they could have easily walked away months ago, given the way they've been treated, given the threats to their business, including other businesses. And so I want to appreciate them. So when the liquor license was withdrawn in February, Driftwind, they said, you know what, we'll do some dinners on the beach this summer. We'll partner with nonprofits. People want to gather. This is a special event liquor licenses are a very normal process. They happen at the Boulder Reservoir every summer as part of events such as the upcoming Half Ironman will have a beer garden. And have happened as a normal course of operations. It's not a workaround. It is a system that was used to demonstrate this. The Beverage Licensing Authority has approval for those special event liquor licenses, and there was a hearing, as I think one of your comments noted. They listened hard to the neighbors' concerns. They asked a lot of questions of the operators and the nonprofits. They asked questions of Boulder Police, with whom the partners had consulted and gotten information to make the event better based on feedback. And at the end of the day, the 4 members of the BLA did approve all 6 special event liquor licenses. And then I think there's more information in your packet in the PRABS resolution. You can see that there were emails sent to the 6 nonprofits who had their permits approved, and the words in those emails, I did see one of them said that, and I can pull it up, but basically said that the attendees of these events would be photographed. If they had a drink and then got in a car, they would call the police on them. They would protest with bullhorns at these events. And so while certainly some of those activities are protected by the First Amendment, they're not really an inviting place for a nonprofit to gather and raise funds. And so the events were canceled. Recognizing that we have to figure out this conversation, but not subject our nonprofits and certainly our community members to this type of atmosphere. And certainly here for more questions. There is so much more to say and talk about this, but I know many of you have been in the loop. I have appreciated your questions. I have appreciated your input. It has made the program better and the operations better. But I'll pause there for questions or anything council wants.
Thank you so much, Allie. And I want to echo what Nuria said at the beginning. Appreciate both the work that our parks staff have done, that our partners, our vendor partners have done. We have tried, I believe, as an organization to listen very hard to reasonable concerns. But sometimes concerns move beyond the realm of reasonability. So with that, if there's any questions, council, now's the time. Rachel, and then Mary.
I guess I'm wondering, I don't know if this is to Allie or Sandra, but we have a lot of places where we do have drinks, on site. And I think like when I go to Chautauqua for the dining hall, like, I don't know how that is the legal setup works exactly. And I don't know how it worked at the golf course and with the accessory use issue, like how those are differently set up maybe. I guess I'm just trying to understand, is there a simple way that we can clarify something like that, make a change, because I can understand why PRAB did a resolution, but we have, some additional authority to make changes if we need to simplify the situation. So I just wanted to get clarification on why it works other places seemingly, easily, and if we need to make changes, what would be recommended?
Here's my understanding. So the examples you mentioned, Chautauqua, Flatirons Golf Course, Boulder Reservoir, they're all public zoned. Restaurants are allowed, and a hotel beverage liquor license is allowed, and that would be authorized through the BLA. So all of those things are allowed on public. And I'll let Sandra chimed in here. There is the opportunity to make just a restaurant an allowable use in the public zone. And then it would eliminate any questions about accessory use, ancillary use. And again, Spice of Life is a great example. It operated for years, similar conditions in which we are intending to operate out at the reservoir. And I'll pause there and see if our attorney wants to add any other clarification.
Ellie, I think you did a great job summarizing the legal issues, and it really is, I think those are great examples that you brought up, Rachel, because they are exactly the same situation. And I guess the difference is that we have a vocal group of folks that are, upset or not happy with the way things are being run, but essentially they are the same versions of that situation. And yeah, I think that if we wanted to make it absolutely clear, I don't think that there's anything that we've done contrary to our zoning authority or anything like that, but if we wanted to make it crystal clear that it was a allowed use by right in that zone, property, public zone, excuse me, that could be a change that we could make.
And just a couple clarifying questions. How difficult would that be? How much staff work, or how heavy of a lift? And is there any reason we wouldn't want to have restaurants be included in, I think it was Parks Zone?
May I colloquy on this, please?
Of course.
So,
thank you. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Mary.
No, talking about making it an allowed use, we are doing that use table project, which is currently on hold, and to go to having a restaurant be an allowed use, would probably require some staff time and analysis. So is it something that could be done as part of the use tables project, which is already going on anyway, as soon as it restarts?
Sorry, I was on mute. I would like to defer to Jacob if he's available.
He's here. I can see him. Jacob.
Good evening, Mayor Weaver and members of council. Yes, here, and thank you for the question. So the answer is that whatever is the will of council, we could look at the issue. Just specifically looking at adding restaurants as a use to public zoning is something that would require some work, but it's not a heavy lift, and it's something that we could assess very quickly. So I would get with my zoning staff, and it's something that we could move forward with relative ease. It could also be folded into the much more comprehensive use tables work. Yes, we would perform some analysis. The last thing I'll say is that the use tables work is very comprehensive, and it involves significant staff time. However, isolating just the restaurant use within public zoning is not a heavy lift, and it's something that we could do on a much shorter time frame if that's something that council would like us to do. So we're happy to take direction.
I just had a clarifying question. Is it within public or park zoning, or is that a different, the same thing?
So it's only public, right, Jacob?
That's correct. It's public zoning.
Okay. And my follow-up question is, would we want to make it a allowed use or a permitted use? Would we like restaurants to be permitted in the public zone, or would we want them to be by right?
Thank you, Sam. In a way, that's a question for council. It's a little bit of a policy decision. But it seems to me as if it would be, the safer bet would be to not make it a by right use, right? So it would involve a certain level of review in order to enable it. But again, that's something that we could study and advise if that's what you'd like us to do.
Thank you. And so I want to go back up the stack. So Mary, did that cover your colloquy?
Yes, it did. Thank you.
And then Rachel, did you have any other questions or comments?
Well, just, I'm sorry to be dense on this zoning issue, but if we were to change the zoning, is there a way to do it you just very simply that applies to, you know, essentially park areas within the public, I guess, like that is just not going to be a wide spread change if there's any concern to that. I don't know how big of a deal it is to add restaurants into this category or how, you know, without doing it with the whole use table review, is there a way to really limit it?
Thank you for the question, Rachel. I'll be just very straightforward. The addition of restaurants into the public zoning is as simple as adding a letter into the use table. It is a very minor technical amendment to the use table. So the actual process to add that is simple. And it would apply to publicly zoned properties throughout the city. Isolating it only to our parks is a question that I'd have to research in more depth with my zoning staff, if that's what you're asking specifically. I'd have to look into more depth about that. But amending the use table to add that is very simple to do.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Rachel. Then we've got Mary and Mark. Mary?
Yeah, thank you. I believe Bob asked for this item, and so I want to thank Bob for adding this agenda item. And I just want to say that this restaurant the whole thing went through a very long and extensive public process with feedback all along the way, which was pretty much outlined in the PRAB resolution. And along the way, I believe concessions were made. And what I am seeing here is folks that don't want the restaurant. And short of that, there is no compromise to be made, even though there have been many concessions made to accommodate many of their comments. And so it's a difficult situation, but I do support very much what the PRAB said. I support all of staff's efforts, and I support our partners. I did have an opportunity to see a couple of the emails, and I'm just going to read to my colleagues what those emails said. I know that it is really, you can't, I don't want to indict anybody for sending the email, but I think that the rest of my colleagues should know what the email said. I will read from one of the emails at the end of the email that was sent. If not many neighbors, okay, I'll start with the 2 paragraphs below. My neighborhood and I are requesting that your organization end your events earlier than planned and make last call at 8:30 p.m. or even better, if you could choose a different location. If not, many neighbors plan on attending the events and watching for people drinking and getting into a car to drive, and we will be taking license plates and phoning them into the sheriff's office to report. The neighborhood has also discussed protesting outside the events with bullhorns, so just wanted to let you know we are serious about these late night events disrupting our lives and the wildlife surrounding. So I just want to read that too, because, some of the concessions that have been made are around the noise. Special equipment was purchased to reduce the noise at the reservoir and to not disrupt either wildlife or the neighbors. And, you know, and to still be saying that it's going to be disruptive is to disregard all the efforts that have been made. And so it's a difficult situation. The restaurant is clearly something that was brought through a public process that was supported by the community. And we need to work together on pulling through on what the community supported. So, and I would support adding looking at the allowed use, restaurants as an allowed use in the public zone. And as I think as Sam suggested, to make it a permitted use, or maybe make it a allowed with use review, something like that. But yeah, to still have a little bit of a guardrail on it. So that would be something that I would support.
Thank you, Mary. Then we've got Mark and Bob and Aaron. Mark.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions for Ali. That email that was referenced was obviously thoroughly unacceptable in so many ways. Do we have much indication as to whether or not that is one person who is inappropriate, improper, and intemperate, or do we have indication that that is a community-wide sentiment? I want to treat people fairly. If that is just one person doing, flying off the handle and being outrageous, it calls for one kind of response. If that's the sentiments of a large group, it warrants a different kind of response. So can you tell me how, what your experience has been and to what extent that email represents many people?
I'm going to try and stick to facts and not have any, I'm not sure there's a legal word for what I don't want to do. I don't want to, make things up for people. Here's what I know. In response to the coverage, I have heard from people across the community and neighbors who do not agree with that message or approach and find it reprehensible, and including neighbors of Valhalla. And so I do not think that person speaks for, many, many people. What I am unclear is I know that there are, folks in these neighborhood who are coordinating and, working together to try and affect change on this. And then there are others that are not. And I know, I do know and have heard from neighbors who are very uncomfortable expressing their support for the restaurant and our work because of the way they have been treated.
Okay, that's a fair and good response. And can you refresh my recollection on something I just don't remember? I know the lease provided for 12 a.m. as a stop time, but my recollection was that we had an earlier time for restaurant activities. Is that 9 o'clock?
Correct. And Mark, you're remembering along the right lines. So for a liquor license, your applications for the liquor license and lease have to indicate the maximum allowable, which says midnight, because the restaurant is the operations agreement that we came to for this year closes Monday through Thursday at 9 p.m. And that means, I want to clarify, incoming gates will still close. It means you come off the water at 8 o'clock and you sit down for dinner. You can enjoy your dinner and have it Friday, Saturday, Sunday till 10. The midnight is then, if they ever had anything, even till, if we said 10 o'clock, and then they have something that goes till 10:15, they would be in violation of their liquor license and potentially have that one removed, as well as at other businesses. So the midnight was a maximum allowable. And I'm really grateful for that question, because it's an area that continues to be, we just can't agree on facts on this for some reason. And we've tried to clarify that our intentions are, this is not a late night rave town, right? Even Pearl Street, if you walk down it on 9:30, most nights of the week, there's nothing happening.
So
So
functionally, it has nothing to do with the 12 o'clock stop time. It's functionally something earlier.
the dinners on the beach, we're going to be done by 9:30.
Okay. All right, thank you. And my one comment is I would support Mary's suggestion with respect to perhaps a permitted or, other guardrail with respect to changing use. I wouldn't want this one difficult situation to necessarily change the entire way in which we view public lands in Boulder. I think there are more precise ways of getting at it, which I would support, and I am supportive of Mary's suggestion on that. Okay, thank you. That's all I got.
Thank you, Mark.
Can I just add one thing, one comment in response to Mark's question, and just to be very clear that staff has not made any investigation into these emails. We haven't corroborated who they've come from. They obviously were sent by somebody that was interested in this particular issue, but just to be very clear, there has been no determination or verification of the emails. These were just reported and received by the folks that we indicated earlier.
Thank you, Sandra. Bob, Aaron, and Rachel. Bob.
Thanks, Sam. Ellie, I'm going to ask you a series of just kind of really short yes or no questions. So the res opened to public bathing in about 1956, is that right? 55,
I believe
56?
1955 was the first summer.
Great, thanks a lot. And the idea of upgrading the beach and the facility there dated back to about 2009, is that correct?
Correct.
And then a few years later, there was a reservoir master plan developed, I think around 2012, is that right?
That is accurate.
Right, and our annual visitors are up to about 300,000, is that right?
Correct.
Yeah, and then so after the master plan was developed in 2012, the Parks Board and the staff worked on kind of a design, and you guys pulled that design together more or less around 2017 after a number of public hearings, is that right?
It was accepted in January of 2017, so developed mostly through 2016.
Great, thanks. And then you issued it a year or two later, you issued an RFQ to find a restaurateur to run the facility, is that right?
Correct.
Great. And then you guys chose Josh Diner and of River and Woods and Tiaco to actually run that, is that right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, and then we did a lease, which I think was approved by CRAB and then ultimately by council earlier this year, is that right?
Earlier in 2020.
Okay, great, thanks. I want to get my facts right. And then there was a fundraiser for Intercambio that was going to be held in May. I think it was even before the restaurant was opened. And what ended up happening to that?
That happened. They had a drive-in. I was in attendance, as were many members of our community. They raised $100,000 for their cause. And it went off. So if you're talking about the drive-in, that happened. I wonder if you're wondering about an I Have a Dream event that happened.
Well, go ahead. And I was just going to go there. Go to that next.
Oh, I was just going to say there has been one private event, a fundraiser and donor recognition event for the I Have a Dream Foundation. It was a private event.
And then there were 6 events scheduled for July, like two sets of 3 events per back-to-back weekend. Is that right?
Yes.
And those are the ones that ended up getting canceled. Is that right?
Correct.
And they got their special liquor license from the BLA, but then due to some community pressure, they ended up, either they or Josh or both of them ended up canceling them. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, that's great. That's great. I think that's all I have. The only other question I'd ask you, Allie, is, we're not going to take any action tonight. I think the earliest we can take action is August 3rd. We have what seems to me a pretty well-written PRAB resolution. Is there anything in that resolution that's either inaccurate or, part 2 of the question, that you'd like us to say more? In other words, you want to, if we were to just simply adopt that resolution and endorse it, show our support for PRAB and for staff, would that be sufficient, or are there things that you'd like to see changed?
It's a 5-page document, so I'd want to read it. That's a really good question. I'd want to read it carefully and get back to you. Off the cuff, I can tell you, the board I do think they did a very good job of summarizing the facts and the whereas and then in their recommended actions. I'd like to think about that and get back to you, Bob, if that's
That's fine.
okay.
We've got a lot of time. We've got 2 or 3 weeks. So just let us know leading up to August 3rd when I think we would take action. And I think there's 2 types of action. This resolution or something like it. And then secondly, as Rachel has already said, perhaps considering, and this doesn't have to have an August 3rd, but at least providing instruction to Jacob for the permitted use of restaurants as an accessory use in public space. Great. Thanks, Ali. That's all I had.
Thank you, Bob. Aaron, and then Rachel, and then I'll go. Aaron?
Yeah, I appreciate what everybody's said so far, Mary. And Mary, thanks for that background and reading the email. And I thought you did a good recap of all the steps that have been taken there. So I was very disappointed that those events had to be canceled. Those are nonprofits that do really important work in our community. And it would have been they would have been lovely events for their supporters, and they would have raised some much needed money by some important local nonprofits. So it's very disappointed by that. And so I would like to take up perhaps resolution, when we can. Ali, I look forward to your feedback. And if you see anything problematic in there, please let us know. But I do think that the function of that restaurant at the Reservoir can be a perfectly reasonable neighbor for folks who live not too far away. I think like the sound mitigation methods that you all have taken, I think were really great, like buying special equipment to be able to track it in real time. I think that's really good, right? So I think we're showing that we're working hard to be a good neighbor, and I think that process should continue. So I certainly support that effort. I do like the idea of changing the zoning code to make a restaurant an allowed use in the public zone. It could either be with an administrative review or a use review with a discretionary review process. And I would do it just as a targeted thing. We could, probably do that in an hour some evening with public hearing. Yeah, that's optimistic. Nothing's ever that simple, but I think it would be pretty doable. So I think it'd be good to approach that, because we do have other instances, like you pointed out, like we used to have at the golf course, and like we do at Chautauqua, right, where a restaurant is a wonderful amenity for the community as part of a larger public facility. So look forward to helping get this back on track. Thanks.
Thank you, Aaron. Rachel, and then I'll go. Rachel.
Thanks. So I think I would actually just forgo the resolution, because we've all made it pretty clear that we support staff and are pretty disappointed in what's happening out there. And so I don't think that's necessary for us to do, given that we do have the power to act in I think more meaningful ways to help with this situation. So I think we could maybe invite other council members who haven't had a chance to weigh in if they wanted to, but I just don't see what a resolution from us really adds to the situation. So I would skip that. I endorse everything that my colleagues have said to Ali about the respect and support we have for you and the work that you're doing there and your team. And then I would just move forward with adding R to the P zone, if I'm getting that right. And I would not roll it into the bigger use review project, because we don't, we've already stalled out. We don't really know how long that would take. And I think it would be ideal to have this council get it done if we can, because we're all up to speed on this issue, and who knows what happens after that. So if that's feasible, that's what I would want to do. And then I guess I just want to reiterate something I said earlier tonight, which is that we don't have to have or feel like winners and losers on every issue in this city. And I don't know why that's happening, or what needs to be tweaked so that that's not the outcome. But the Reservoir neighbors were heard and were listened to, and we have, Ali and staff and the boards have listened, I think, hard and made improvements that were meaningful. And so stopping something isn't always like the win that needs to happen. We can get to compromises and better and good enough in this community. And it's just frustrating to me that on a number of issues recently, we are here. So I don't know what we can do as council members to help with that, but I would encourage us to work through that.
Thank you, Rachel. So I will attempt to wrap this up a little bit. I kind of disagree with one point you made, Rachel, which is I would like to support the PRAB resolution. I think they did a very nice job with it. And what I was going to suggest that we do is we bring it forward on consent as a declaration, not a resolution, because we'll have to, resolution is a much more significant council action. So I would suggest that we take the PRAB language, make it into a declaration, take Ally's input. If we want to make any changes, Ally, if you have suggestions that might be helpful, but we could bring it forward on consent on the 3rd, take 5 minutes, speak to it and anything that Ally has changed. And then I think it's important to have elected leaders say what PRAB said. I mean, I appreciate that they did this, and I think we owe it to them and to be clear with our community that I think everything that the PRAB resolution says as far as actions, I think all of us would heartily agree with. So that's one suggestion I'll bring forward. The other is I think I've heard clear consensus on council that we want to move ahead with making restaurants a allowed use in the P zoning, and that we'd like that to have some kind of guardrails such as a use review, either administrative or through one of our boards. So I will let staff figure out perhaps what the best way to do that is and come back to us. But I agree, maybe it's an hour, Aaron, maybe it's an hour and 15 minutes, but I think in relatively short order, we could take up a very limited ordinance and then make that happen. So I guess I'll take a straw poll. Do folks generally agree that we should advance the PRAB resolution? So if you disagree, raise your hand and I'll count. Rachel doesn't want to move ahead. Okay, I think let's move ahead with that on consent. Let's bring it forward as it is. And any suggestions, Ally, that you have, I think we should incorporate. You have a question?
I don't have a question. I do want to say one thing because I know some of our neighbors are listening, and I want to say that, you know, I don't know what it looks like to move on and repair from this, but we are neighbors and we are committed. You know, Aaron made a comment about continuing. We have made commitments about being a good neighbor around mitigating sound, around mitigating, and we will be doing that. And I also I agree with Rachel. There is something to learn or do differently, because getting to this place, it has not been fun for us and our team. And I know that I know that the neighbors have not enjoyed it either. You know, some of them have shared with me that this has been distressful for them. And so I guess I wanted to grab the mic for a moment just to say that I agree, and we have to figure out how to have better conversations.
Thank you. And I would just point out about the resolution, almost everything it says is positive. It's not condemning anyone or anything like that. It's a totally positive and supportive resolution. So I would hope that it could be part of that healing process, Ally. Mirabai.
Yeah, Sim, I just didn't weigh in really. And as usual, I tend to support the neighborhood, which is always on the losing side, as Rachel likes to say. I get what you're saying, Rachel, but I think the reason all the neighbors in so many of these cases, from Marpa House to Gun Barrel to all over the city, is because they constantly don't feel like they're being heard. And I think that the PRAB resolution could be a step, so I'm willing to look at it on the 3rd and have it maybe be a test. I appreciate what's been done with the noise, but again, it's the quality of life. It's the fact that wasn't originally there when these people purchased, and so it's affecting their quality of life. It's possibly affecting property values, and when your life savings is in a home, it's scary. And so I think that's, you know, where a lot of people are coming from. So I'm willing to look at it, but just for the neighbors who are watching, please know that you do still have support. It's just usually from only one council member. So.
All right, so we have that. And so if we're good with that, I think we will move forward with making this a declaration from council, from all of council under consent. Ally, if you would please add anything you think would be helpful there. If PRAB wants to add anything that they'd like to hear council speak, we'll bring this forward on consent on the 3rd. And then I will leave it to staff then to figure out when best to bring back the change, the ordinance that will make restaurants permitted use of some kind in the P zone. Nuria, I think.
Just to say that we hear you and we will get back to you as soon as we can.
Sorry about that Zoom glitch. Nuria, I'll turn to you and say, did we cover everything we needed to?
We did, and I was just saying that we hear you and we will get, as staff, we will get back to you as soon as we can on next steps.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Okay. Council, anything else on this? Very good. Thank you. Next up under matters, we've got updates on boards and commission vacancies. Aaron, can I turn to you for that one?
Yeah, Mirabai, did you want to introduce this?
Yeah, so I spoke with Aaron and we think that the best way to fill these positions are by offering them to the people who have previously signed up and filled out the applications, as well as opening it up to the public again. The reason I thought, especially for the Housing Advisory Board, is in the past, I know this year we didn't have as many applicants, but in the previous year or two, we had a number of applicants and there were some really good people that didn't get on just because we didn't have enough spaces. And so they've already done all the work to sign up and, or, fill out the forms. And so I decided, seeing as they'd done that work, if they were still interested, might as well open it up and offer it back to them. And then we can again open it up to the general public to see if anyone's found a new interest in joining. So that's our recommendation for right now. And I guess we'll go with council's will.
And if I could just offer a little, thanks for that, Mirabai. So that there are two vacancies on the Housing Advisory Board and one on the Downtown Management Commission that we're talking about here. And I think my understanding, so we would ping the people who had already applied while also opening it to new applications. And so we'd have, I think as I understood our discussion, we'd have potentially a mix of new applicants and old applicants that we could then consider. And then, Mary, to your, I believe it was you that raised the question of, are there structural or problems with the vacancies? Kurt did get back to us and say that both of the people who resigned either have or are about to move out of town. While maybe maybe they had some frustrations with HAB that led them to leave, but it seemed like it was more larger life changes. And Kurt did say that while the board continues to have some growing pains and they could still use some additional definition, he feels like they're generally functioning pretty well.
Can I ask a clarifying question to both of you? Two things. I thought we also had a few other boards like the Boulder Junction Access District and maybe the BLA. Are there any other boards to go out for besides HAB and Downtown Management?
There have been the ones that you were announcing recruitments for months, Sam, those are still unfilled. So okay. We could continue to announce those as well, but I think we've just recently gotten one application for the BLA, but other than that, we have not gotten applications for those others. So it'd be great to, as we reopen, to list all of them.
Okay, very good. And then the second question was, what are you thinking for a time frame for making appointments? Like, are you thinking keep it open for 30 days and then see what we got and make appointments 15 after that? What's your timeline that you're proposing?
We didn't discuss that, but I mean, I think 30 days would be a reasonable amount of time if that's council's will.
Yeah, we could start with 30 days and then extend it for another 30 if we feel like we've only gotten one or two applications.
Okay, super. That's clear. And Adam, I saw your hand up.
You asked my question, but yeah, definitely trying to do it in a shorter time frame, just because I think HAB is still on the third week of the month, so 30 days from now would allow them to come in for the August meeting, which would be ideal.
I see. Great. Okay. So I think this all sounds good. Council, any other comments? Because I'd say the straw man is open up all four of these and any others. HAB, Boulder Junction Access District, Downtown Management Commission, and BLA, and recruit for 30 days and then make appointments in, say, the third week of August. So the August 17th meeting.
Well, I would want to defer a little bit to the clerk's office because they probably need some time before they open it. And they probably need some time to process it after they've been submitted. So make sure, we probably want to check with them about how much buffer time they need on either side.
I see. Okay. Mary?
Yeah, just a question. Thank you guys for doing that legwork. It occurred to me when, Aaron, when you said to defer to the city clerk's office, that's right around the time when the election has kicked off. And so I'm wondering how that would affect the workload. So I guess I'd like to hear from Alicia.
Great.
Thank you, Mary, for bringing me in on this. I truly appreciate that. Right now, as you all know, we are one person down, but we are in the process of recruiting for the deputy position. So I think if we open the applications, we can monitor the database to provide the committee with the applications as they come in. That might be an easier way for us to do it versus trying to give you everything at one time. And I think what my question will be is, what will be the process after we put the information together? Would you want to still go through the interview process, or would you just want to review the applications and then make your decision off that? That would probably give us a little bit more of a, I would say, comfort level if we didn't have to set up the interviews and have to go through that process. So I think whatever direction council would have for us and whatever process you think would work for this particular situation, we'll be able to manage it. We'll be able to manage it. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, it sounds like the interviews add an extra layer. And so sounds to me like the question for council is, do we want to add the extra layer of interviews, or do we want to go on just reading the applications and maybe having the subcommittee make a recommendation? And maybe you don't have to answer that now. Maybe the subcommittee wants to take that offline and discuss.
Yeah, maybe maybe we have a little time to think about that and talk about it.
Yeah, I'm fine with that, Aaron. We can chat this weekend or something.
Because I do believe we're in a good place in the clerk's office. We've gotten caught up and we've gotten a lot of duties allocated, and the ship is running pretty smoothly right now. So it would just, again, be what council's desire would be in this particular situation.
Super. Thank you, Alicia. I think I'd like to punt this back to the committee. So if we just go ahead and open up applications and begin at our study sessions and our council meetings to recruit. I think, Aaron, if you and Mirabai want to come back to us with a suggestion on how to take the next step and when to take it, it could be as they come in, or it could be we wait to fill them up. I think we just look to you for guidance, and we'll probably accept whatever you say as far as the process goes. And Mary, I think that's an astute question to Alicia and a good observation between the two of you, that if we can do it without interviews, it's a much lighter lift. So to the extent that we're willing to have Aaron and Mirabai as our appointed committee go through those and make a recommendation to us about how to handle what we do receive, I think that might be the most efficient way to go. So does council generally agree with that? All right, so we will start recruiting, and Aaron and Mirabai, you can tell us what to do next. And Alicia, thank you so much for clarifying the process, what'll work for you. So
thank you both.
Okay, so I think we're done with that one, and then turn to Rachel and Bob and see if you want to speak to us about the city attorney recruitment.
We do, if Bob is still here. Otherwise, I do.
Bob is still here, but you go ahead.
Ah, great.
You go ahead.
I mean, we received a couple talking points, so I don't know if you've got them in front of you. If so, I'll go point by point tag team with you. So We are updating on the city attorney recruitment and the city attorney hiring subcommittee, which is myself and Bob Yates. As the council reps, we recommend continuing the search process for the city attorney position. This recommendation is based on stakeholder feedback to attract a broader candidate pool. Bob, you want to jump in? Otherwise, I'll keep going.
You're doing great. Just keep going.
Okay. Subcommittee is reviewing the position description and making edits to feature the trailblazing projects and exciting work Boulder has to offer prospective candidates. On Thursday, the subcommittee and/or Jen Sprinkle, the HR director, will send council a redlined version of the position profile for review. And then at the July 27th council meeting, we will ask for your feedback to finalize the revised version of the position profile. The changes that we will be recommending are not substantive and so will not require a council vote. And then in August, the recruiter will kick off a visibility campaign and conduct wider outreach to qualified candidates in cities with council agendas and community engagement that is similar to Boulder. We hope to grow interest in the innovative initiatives taking place at this city through enhanced advertising efforts, including a social media campaign. So one question I have is, did the subcommittee already request 15 minutes on CAC for the 27th? And if not, can this count as our request? Made this great.
Noted, yes.
We thereby request that. And then the recruitment process will be ongoing from August through September. We anticipate filling the position by October. And at next week's council meeting, we will provide a revised timeline with dates. Sandra will continue as interim city attorney. And Jen Sprinkle, the HR director, is also here to help answer any questions. So we will ask if you have any questions, and also would like to take a moment to just invite colleagues to consider whether you would like for Bob and I to continue as the subcommittee. We are happy to continue and happy to tender our resignations if that is the will of council. Bob, anything to add?
That's it.
All right, well, I will say thank you both, and we have some hands, so we'll start with Mark.
Thank you. I absolutely would not like you to tender your resignation. I think that the two of you are more than capable of leading us through this process, and I hope you will both remain exactly where you are. I do have one question, which is, what is the basis for our thinking that we will get a better pool of candidates the second go round? And I don't know who should answer that, but
looks like Jen's on to answer, and I would just qualify it with I would hate to use the word better because I don't want to malign our previous candidates, which were competent attorneys. So with that, I will turn it to Jen.
Good evening, Council. Jen Sprinkle, HR Director. I appreciate that question, Mark. And I think that as we think about the feedback and the input we've received from numerous stakeholders who've been participating in this recruitment process, what we're hearing is that there's a desire to look at candidates who have municipal or perhaps county experience that is very similar to the city of Boulder and the types of initiatives and innovation that we as a city represent. So what it will look like is some tweaks to the position profile, and then a little bit of a different approach in the advertising and sourcing. As mentioned, Rachel was talking about a social media campaign. So really trying to do a little bit of a different sourcing approach. I think initially we were looking at applicants perhaps in the state of Colorado, but we can also shift our recruitment strategy to try and find a national pool of candidates that might be more reflective of the city attorney role here at the city.
I understand why we would value someone with municipal experience, but is that a disqualifying qualification for candidates? I mean, why would we not open it up to attorneys who are high achievers in the private sector, but would like to move into a municipal capacity?
Certainly, attorneys from the private sector would be welcome to apply, and some may have consulted or had clients who are municipal or perhaps county or other government entities. And so I think there is opportunity for candidates to apply who have those qualifications.
And I just want to circle back to Rachel's comment. I was not looking to disparage any of the candidates that we had. I think the proper term should have been, why would we think we would have a more successful process this time around? And I certainly hope we will. So thank you.
That seems like a great clarification, and I didn't mean to malign you with my.
Oh, I'm maligned all the time, not a problem.
And I guess I just want to add to Jen's response to your last question that some of the feedback that we got was from, I guess, internal stakeholders, so city attorney's office and director's level, and there's a clear interest in people who have strong municipal experience, and we certainly want the person we hire to be successful and have buy-in from the people that need to work well with this person and help them to succeed. So that's certainly part of how we got to that, not quite a qualification, but a strong recommendation and preference for that. That makes sense?
Yes, although I would hope we would still be open to that possibility. There are some very, high-level, capable people out there who operate in the private sector, and they ought to at least be considered. Most areas of law are learnable, and what I focus most on is what are the abilities, what are the talents, how will they mesh in terms of personalities, and there's nothing to say that can't happen from somebody in the private sector as well as somebody in the governmental sector. But thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Rachel and Bob and Jen. Anything else on this topic? So we will return to this with the job description next week.
I think Mary might have a question.
Mary, I'm sorry, is that a new hand? Yeah, it looks like a new hand now.
New hand. So I don't want y'all to resign. And I think you've done an awesome job. So just keep on doing what you're doing. And I wanted to thank Sandra for extending her service as interim city attorney. Thank you. And good luck, y'all. I have to just say that I do think that the municipal experience is critical because there's not a whole lot of time to spend. I mean, the person would have to be learning the city as well as learning what it's like to be a municipal attorney. And it just seems to me like just having that experience from the get-go would be a lot more preferable. I'm sure there are capable folks, but I would rather see someone with that municipal experience. So thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
And I'm colloquying on Mary's, if I may. I also wanted to say thank you to Jen Sprinkle, who's having to do a lot of extra work to accomplish what we're going for. So thank you, Jen, for sticking with us.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Rachel, and thank you, Bob, as well, for all your hard work. We'll see this next week with the job description and give you feedback. So that's the end of our formal agenda. I do just want to remind people that at CAC on Monday, we moved the September 7th scheduled meeting to September 9th. September 7th is Rosh Hashanah, so it's a holy day, and we've moved the meeting to that Thursday, as is common for us when we have a conflict. And then we have penciled in what would have been the September 14th study session to convert to a special meeting to do deliberation. So on the 9th, we would have the staff presentation, applicant presentation, questions on CU South, and then public input on the CU South question, all that on the 9th. And then on the 14th, replace the study session with a special city council meeting at which we would deliberate and ask any further questions that we might have. So that's the schedule we have so far. And I see Mary and Mirabai. Mary?
It's not about this topic. I just wanted to make sure that we covered the other agenda item that I requested, which was the Chautauqua Board.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry. I meant to
Okay.
tuck that into the last item. So
Okay.
I failed. I
No
failed.
worries. No
Okay.
worries. As long as it gets tucked in.
Okay. And Mirabai.
Yes, Sam, I'm just reminding you, I told staff the other day during a meeting, but I will not be there on the September 7th or the 14th meeting. So I will not be at those deliberations if you change them. Originally, they were supposed to stay on to the 20th or 21st, whatever that was, the third week in Tuesday, and I was able to attend those. And I thought that was being taken into account as I gave everyone a good heads up. So I'm just making aware I will not be a part of those discussions then.
We'll take that up at CAC. So it'll be the 9th, not the 7th for the public hearing. And so we were guessing that you'd be able to watch those before, and we will bring it back to CAC that you won't be there on the 14th. I kind of remembered that. The struggle that we're having, as you might imagine, is if we wait all the way until the 21st, the freshness of what we've heard at public comment will be lessened. So would you be available on the 16th or gone that whole week?
I'm gone those 2 weeks I'm gone. So if
Okay.
there's a possibility of changing it, like I was planning on watching it on the 9th. I was planning on watching the public testimony at a later date at the recording. So if there's a way to change that to the 14th so that then we could deliberate on the 21st, that would be great. But
okay, we'll take that into account. Thanks for that. So none of that's final, except the one thing that is final is the September 7th city council meeting will be moved to September 9th. Okay, so that's why I wanted to bring it up, to make sure that we had captured all of council's conflicts potentially. Now back to Mary. I had intended to do this under the boards and commissions, but Mary, why don't you talk to us a little bit about how the Chautauqua board appointment is different than a normal one?
Right. So it's similar to the appointments that occur like for BMOCA and the dairy, in that because it is a city affiliated organization, then we have representation on those boards. So Chautauqua is similar in that way. In the way that it is not similar is that their board appointments occur in August, and therefore the alignment to when our board appointments happen is kind of out of whack. So we had a discussion, I believe it was maybe a couple years ago, that we would align our board appointment to Chautauqua with Chautauqua's appointments. So their appointment is occurring next week on July 26th, with the first meeting for the new board occurring in September 20th or something like that. It's the third Monday of the month. And so, so we need to appoint somebody. And I am the current representative, so I would be going off and somebody would be coming on, obviously. And it seems to me that there are 3 possibilities, given that some council members will not be returning, and 1 council member is running and not guaranteed to return. But hopefully that will happen. But in any case, so that leaves 3 possibilities, which is Rachel, Aaron, and Junie. So one of y'all 3 gets the lucky draw.
And is Bob disqualified?
I would add Bob, yeah.
Oh, and Bob. Well, Bob's already served on the Chautauqua board, and that's why I didn't include him. He has served prior to being on council.
Thank you, Mary.
May I colloquy on Mary's, unless Junie's hand is up for this.
Well, so I want to start by asking for a motion to extend the meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Any opposed? Very good. Junie, is your hand raised for the Chautauqua question? Okay, great. So Rachel, go ahead, and Junie, I'll call on you once we're done with this item.
Just that I had volunteered previously to do this, and Mary reached out kindly and asked, if I was ready to receive the baton, and I just wanted to open it up to colleagues who, if anybody wanted to reconsider. Otherwise, I'm happy to do it and move forward that way.
That is awesome. Aaron, would you rather step in? Bob's already done it. Junie, would you rather step in?
I'm applauding Rachel's willingness to take it on. I've got a lot of committees.
So I don't know if we need to take formal action. It's just within us making the appointment. So I'll ask it this way. Rachel volunteered, and do we all want to approve Rachel as the next Chautauqua representative?
Well, Sam, I think our new rules say we shouldn't take any affirmative actions under matters. So maybe we can just give a straw poll for a consent.
It'll be a straw poll.
I also think it's possible I was already voted in under our board appointments. Somebody would have to go back and check. Might not even need a vote.
Well, I guess my question is, we don't normally take a vote on these things, right? I think we often do them at our retreat, and then we kind of go from there. So I'll turn to Sandra. Sandra, you don't have to answer me now, but if you could be ready at CAC to say whether we actually have to take a formal action that gets recorded. If we do, we'll bring it forward on consent. And if we do not, we'll consider this the end of it. So at CAC, we'll take that up to see if we have to do anything formal. Mary, and then I'll go to Junie.
Yeah, I just wanted to invite Rachel to attend Monday night's board meeting if you want to wet your feet.
That sounds great. Let's coordinate offline. Thanks.
Okay, sounds good.
That is awesome. Thank you all so much for that. And Junie.
Yes, I'm actually going back to the scheduling item that you mentioned earlier. Yeah, you moved on quickly, so I didn't get a chance to chime in. I'm looking at September 9 to switch. I do have a conflict, but I haven't figured that out yet. So I might not be able to make it to that meeting, but for next week, I will not be at our study session.
Okay, great, thank you. And then as long as you've got the floor, are you okay for September 14th if we wanted to do a special meeting there, and September 21st? Are you planning on being at both the 14th and the 21st?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Okay. And I just got a note from Alicia that says Rachel's documented in the committee assignment to shadow Mary for the transition. So we already had something going there for the council. All right, Adam, what do you got for us?
Last thing on scheduling. I too had plans, but I can break them for the 9th through the 14th. Just wondering what our rules are for calling into meetings if we do happen to be in person again.
I don't think we know, but that raises that whole in-person question. Nuria, do you have any updates for us?
I wish I did, but we are still working with the technician. So we will, as soon as we know a little bit more, we don't think it is a hardware issue. We think it is something else, but we will get back to you as soon as we can. And then we'll try to lay out what that potential hybrid versus in-person could look like. And we'll get some direction from how you all want to move forward.
Okay, very good. So I think, Adam, that's TBD about the in-person versus calling in. I will say that I have gotten a little less convinced about when we should come back in for in-person, given the Delta variant and so on. I will just report that Louisville has said that they won't come back before Labor Day. So other council nearby is starting to think about this as well. So we'll get that sorted before we get there. But we do know it's the 9th, and I think if you can't be there in person, then as long as whoever can't make the 9th meeting can commit to watching the video, I think we'll all be good to go. I think we do want a full council for the deliberations, however. So
yeah, I'll make it happen no matter what. I'm just trying to do as much as I can.
At the next CAC, I think we will try and nail this down, because we now have your preference and we have Mirabai's conflict out on the table. So we'll work on that on Monday. Okay. And so Adam, just make sure I understand going into that, you would have been gone the 9th and the 14th, correct?
I only would have been gone the 9th. I would have been back the 14th.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. All right, very good. Okay, I think that's all the administrivia. Anything else? All right, seeing nothing, staff, anything? All right, seeing nothing, meeting is adjourned at 11:08. Thank you all. Have a good night.
Night.
Thanks. Good night.
Night all.